Welcome to the Out There channel, live stream 213. We're half an hour late. Robert slept in a wee bit. He's had a lot of visitors apparently. That's keeping him up. So I'll just cue the intro music and we'll be with you in a minute. I'll unmute you, Rob.
KK. I've been called worse.
Mob Rob. I know I'm going to make mistakes. Tired. So here we go. The intro is now on to Johnny. Chicks here. Evening great. Going down to the studio. Not S4. Oh, Robert. That was a bit late.
It was, yeah, delayed.
That's not a good sign. We're getting down to the base of the cave cabin. The counters are not updated either, so nothing's going wrong. Hello. Short the music. Good to be back. Although I'm a wee bit tired. Yep, be good in the side chat, people. And no swearing, no trolling. And let's just have some fun. So we'll just switch the screen. Hopefully, we've got Robert with us. What are we doing tonight? Do you remember?
Yeah, sure. Well, it's hard to forget it, really, the 1947 UFO wave. And, of course, we won't be covering Roswell or the Kenneth Arnold sighting because we all know them too well.
Yep.
But there was plenty more happening in 1947.
Yeah. And there was
Let's
some
have a look at the outline of it.
You also were going to do Rhodes, Arizona, flying Dorito, England.
But yeah, okay. Rhodes was 1947. That was part of the wave.
And A Thing of Christmas, 1965. The rest comes after.
Oh, right. Yeah, the Warminster thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
All started on Christmas Day.
I better type up the welcome message down the side here then. I don't know. Hopefully it's working because we haven't got no one joining us on the side chat at the moment. It's kind of strange. I better check those counters out too. I got a feeling Google are doing some work on stuff and it may not have sent out notifications. So we might be by ourselves. So, Robert.
Yeah, that's okay. We always have some more joining us towards the end.
Yeah. Well, 1947 UFO. Do we call it UFO or UAP? I'll put both.
Oh, wow.
What's going on there? My A key wasn't working. Flap. UAP, people don't like the word.
Well, in 1947, of course, it was flying saucers because UFO wasn't coined until 1952.
Right.
And then UAP came much later.
Right.
But all variations are the same thing.
Right.
If that makes any sense.
I think the audio is alright, but haven't heard any strange sound this side of things, so normally it's okay the other side. So we're just... Oh look, the counter's finally updated. We need to get a like there as well, probably.
Oh, okay.
Just to make sure the counters are working. So Google hasn't stuffed it up too much. I think it's just way slow by the looks of it. So you clicked it and it still hasn't come up. It's come up on the admin screen, but probably the API they're doing some work on, and that scrapes the data from their database, transfers it from theirs to a temporary one where websites can scrape the information, and I use them to display the information, of course, in a little web browser window there. So yeah, we got some pictures of UFOs here for this 1947 flap.
Yeah, well, that's the crescent-shaped thing that Arnold was describing.
Yeah, but he saw also a strange shape as well, like a capital D type shape as well. But yeah, that's all come up in the search. That one there, I'm not too sure. What's that one there?
Yes, he said there was several different UFOs that all looked similar, but there was one that was leading the pack, if you like. That wasn't of the same shape, which is unusual.
So some strange sightings in Yorkshire. That one looks like it's a spinning top there. So I'm not sure what that one is. But yeah, it's not much popping up here. So so we're heading off to what is it? Arizona?
Well, no.
Where are we heading first?
The wave was a global thing.
Yeah.
Rhodes' photograph was Arizona, so we don't have to look for a specific map for the general overview of what happened in 1947.
So everywhere here. Okay, so yeah. Suppose we kick it off then. Why have I got so many tabs open here? Oh, that was meant to be way up front there as a spacer. Alright, it is now. So a case study, eh? That sounds very technical and official. Let's see if the
1947
works.
UFO wave case study.
I think that sounded alright, didn't it? Okay.
Yeah. See, this is the thing, Paul, like 1947 is overwhelmed by Roswell and the Arnold sighting.
Yeah.
There's a lot more going on.
Right.
So it's worth looking at.
Yep. Yeah. It's your show, or your case. I'm just the backseat driver. And
He had written on several occasions of waves of UFO sightings. Such clusters usually occur around the same location and most often, are the result of a dramatic increase in sightings during a particular moment in time or window. For example, we examined at length the UFO humanoid encounters of 1973. That particular wave of UFO sightings predominantly featured visuals or even interactions with the actual occupants of these strange crafts that occurred mostly in the United States throughout much of the year. Then, as 1973 welcomed 1974, the bizarre and very specific encounters stopped, or at least became less regular and consistent.
Yeah, so we've already covered the 1973 wave.
Yep.
And there was lots of stuff happening there.
Right.
Okay, so all right, that's just silly, isn't it?
Yeah.
And yeah, the Belgian wave as well. There's been plenty of them throughout history.
Plenty of UFO flaps, anyway. Now, what's flap stand for exactly? Do you know? Just a buzzword.
Flap, wave, just an acceleration in sightings.
So flapping like a wing wave. Yeah, it's kind of strange. Strange terminology. American, I guess. Well, what else would you call it, though, if it was English term? UFO bonanza. I don't know.
Well, a wave is an intensification of something that's always been there,
Yeah.
but then it suddenly intensifies and becomes very much noticeable.
A wave is normally like a peak, isn't it? I suppose, peak in energy. But anyway, we better read out the next chunk.
Sure.
We have also looked at the Belgian wave, which took place over a period of around 18 months, but specifically over the skies of Belgium. Not only were these sightings of a distinctly triangular craft regular and consistent, many of them were witnessed by police and military personnel. The Belgian government also displayed a remarkable openness in its attempts to get to the bottom of the mystery. The sightings do, though, remain unexplained. There are, however, many other UFO waves that have taken place since the beginning of the modern UFO era following the Roswell crash of 1947, and while we have looked at some individual cases that were part of those waves previously, we haven't fully examined the wider detail, scale, and reach of such surges of activity. While it is impossible to detail and examine every single incident of the 1947 wave here, in fact, even a large portion of them would be too much and more suitable for an entire volume. We would look at some of the most intriguing sightings from some of the most captivated windows in UFO history.
You see, I don't really care how long this takes, because it's a very interesting history. And if you're interested in UFOs, then you have to absorb this information.
Well, this is where really the UFO started from, was 1947.
1947 was the beginning of the modern era, but it wasn't the be-all and end-all, because you had the Foo Fighters during the Second World War, even the First World War, and then you had the Scandinavian ghost rockets in 1946.
Yeah, but
So,
we're talking about the classic UFO shape, seem to peak from here onwards.
Which is fascinating in itself, because at that time, for some reason, everyone was seeing saucer-type, disc-shaped objects.
Were they? I thought it was cigars. Remember, airships. Airship ones.
Depends on your angle of view, Paul.
Yeah, but in America, I think there was early sightings of what they call the airships, or what they call them. Well, they weren't called airships, they were called something else. But anyway,
no, they were called airships, but they were seen during the 30s.
No, they had another name, mystery ships or something like that. Had another name for it. Yeah, but yeah. Then you got the Foo Fighters, which was like balls of light, really. And then it got more into the physical crafts in 47 after the crash, and you started seeing triangles, and also what else was there? Sphere shape craft rather than balls of light, but actually.
Well, I mean, the triangles didn't really start until the early 80s, did they?
No, that's what I mean. It's like the ships have evolved into like these waves, as you call them, where you got early on it was waves of mystery airships, and then it was a wave of Foo Fighters, balls of light. Then there's a wave of classic Mexican hat saucers, or the double dome, and then you had a wave after that of what did you say, the triangles. And then there was also then a wave of cigar cylinder type craft as well.
There was too.
Around about that period, or just after. And then the classic saucers have never gone away, though. They've got less in frequency, I think, or less seen. Maybe they got cloaking technology since then. You know, I think it's like us. We evolve our technology, in 50 or 100 years, and so did the so-called mystery craft, for which they might be aliens or interdimensionals or whatever. But yeah, we better read out this next little paragraph.
Sure.
Waves have been happening throughout history before the modern UFO era. Other waves of activity that we would classify as UFO activity today would unfold on several occasions. For example, we have examined previously the airship sightings of the late 1890s over America, and then again over the United Kingdom and New Zealand in separate waves in 1909. During World War II, as battles raged in the skies over war-ravaged Europe, many pilots of both the Allies and the Germans would claim to witness strange, glowing objects near their planes. They would become known as Foo Fighters, and each side suspected they were a secret weapon or reconnaissance device of the other. Only when records were examined after the war did it come to light that each side was not only seeing these strange objects, but they were both unsure of what they were.
I'm not sure what that picture's meant to be of. Looks like a fabrication.
Well, of course it is.
It's got artificial scratches or blobs, I don't know. Or was it birds in the sky? It's a bit hard to tell, but... At least they didn't use Billy Meyer.
Well, it's not even an attempt. It's not
Almost
even an
immediately
attempt.
following the Foo Fighter sightings of the Second World War, another apparent wave broke out over much of Scandinavia, known as the Ghost Rockets, and similarly to the Foo Fighter sightings, both the East and West would suspect the other, as the Cold War was about to grip the two superpowers of the second half of the 20th century, leaving them locked in a battle of ideology for decades. However, it is perhaps a wave of sightings, many of them specifically disc-shaped, that occurred predominantly over the United States in the late 1940 seconds that would not only capture the public's imagination, but signal a distinct shift in the activity of the Earth's skies.
So, sorry about that, because I know we got a slight few seconds between, and I released it to play when you were just about to start talking. So what were you going to say?
No, I was just saying, you know, that photograph, that depiction of an alien spacecraft, there's no attempt to deceive there, is there?
No.
So that's cool with me.
Yeah. And we got someone on the side at last. Hello, Jeff. How's it going?
Hi, Jeff.
I'll just read out the next bit. Yeah, so we're doing for late starting. I'm not sure if you've been with us, just lurking, but we're doing the 1947 flap, and it's not including Roswell, or what was the other one? Roswell and Arnold.
Kenneth Arnold.
Yeah. So hopefully it's going to be something new that you haven't heard about.
The start of the modern UFO era, interestingly, following the Foo Fighter sightings of the Second World War and the Ghost Rocket sightings over Sweden and other parts of Scandinavia, one of the first UFO waves over largely residential areas would take place in the second half of 1947, coincidentally or not, around the same time as the Roswell incident. In truth, and as we have detailed before, the start of the era really came, at least in terms of the larger public, following the sighting of Kenneth Arnold several weeks before the Roswell incident. From this encounter, as we also explained, came the term flying saucer. However, there were several other extremely similar incidents following Arnold's sighting. For example, on the afternoon of the 29th of June 1947, at around 4:45 p.m. in Clarion in Iowa, a bus driver would witness several strange objects zip by his vehicle. As he was watching these bizarre aerial objects, four more suddenly shot by. This second group forced him to apply the brakes, and he brought the bus to a grinding halt. Stepping off the bus for a moment, the driver looked upwards to the sky in an effort to see any more of the strange objects. Several seconds later, he focused in on around a dozen more of the dingy white oval crafts. He would estimate they were traveling at around 300 miles per hour and were at an altitude of around 1,200 feet. Furthermore, he would estimate they were around 200 feet across. The objects were only in sight for several seconds. However, even after they had gone, he could hear a strange hum like an electric motor, still very audible in the air around them. The incident, though, was only one of many to come.
So what time would that be in UK? Someone's asking when my Sunday show is. 1 a.m. in the morning, isn't it?
It's about 2 a.m. our Monday in the UK.
No, it's 1 a.m. because I'm 13 hours ahead. So, so we'll be.
Yeah, but you're always late, so it's usually 2 a.m.
Don't think so.
Sorry, pal.
No, I start at 2 p.m. on the dot, which is 13 hours ahead of you. Should be 1 a.m. For you.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Give or take 5 minutes or whatever. But yeah, he's asking, have I heard about Tyler? Of course, everybody has. It's been non-stop on my channel. Everybody's been looking at my leak footage, but Saturdays is really about UFO legit stuff rather than talking about other channels and debunking. So we leave that for Sunday.
Well, I mean, it doesn't really matter if it's false or not, but we still have to take a look at it.
Yeah. But tonight we just want to do more of a positive show where we just look at some of the better UFO cases out there that people may not have heard about. Because 10-minute videos, sensational videos, doesn't cut it if you're into real ufology. So, yeah, we got one day of positive stuff and one day where we cover debunks and get those out the way with. And of course, Robert's in UK, so this is why we do it at this time of hour. But anyway, I'll just quickly zoom in.
Yeah. But just going back, you don't really believe in the Scandinavian ghost rockets, do you? You think there's a rational explanation for that, Paul? Yes.
No. Well.
Okay. Wow.
Well, I'm not too sure. I put out a theory there that it could be related to some leftover work that Victor Schreiberger was working on. Schreiberger? I can never say his name right. But anyway, he was a famous scientist that was the master of water, pretty much. He could float a heavy ton log down a stream with only a couple inches of water because he knew how to change the flow of the stream enough so that it lifted up the log through.
So was he a Russian version of Paperclip?
Not too sure what his origin was now. I'd have to go back and reread the stuff. But yeah, I don't think he was German or Russian, but one of those other Scandinavian countries, right? I think it might be Sweden or Norway or somewhere like that that he was from, because he's actually got statues of him being famous there. But he was working on the vortex engine, as they called it, where he was using steam and a spinning motion to create a tornado engine, and it would actually suck the craft upwards once it created a fake tornado. So everyone said that was the German Nazi bell, but I don't think it is myself. I think that was possibly false information there. But yeah, because when you look at the tower where they claim it was being anchored to, it's just like a leftover water tower that they use in those countries. They have the same base that they put a big tank on top full of water for their power plants. So it's probably left over from a power plant. So if they were experimenting with a UFO, I don't think it was anchored to that point. It would have been part of the power system that probably went underground into a secret area where it was protected from being bombed on. But yeah, it's quite a lot of interesting sci-fi theory and all that sort of Nazi bell. Victor Schreiberger was the one. They said because it was spinning mercury, liquid mercury, in the same way that he was spinning liquid water, that it related
do you know I have a major problem, Paul, with all this, super duper Nazi technology?
Yeah.
Now I know they were quite advanced, but most of the stuff they had, which is being publicized today as the super duper technology, was still in the works, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It wasn't actually real and operational.
They're getting close to it though.
So I think blaming UFOs on the Nazis is a little bit of a mess, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, the
Ghost
rockets.
My opinion.
Well, the Ghost rockets did look similar to the V2 rocket, I guess. So, the Russians firing off some towards Germany, not really caring where they're going to land, trying to understand how they worked, is one of the theories anyway. So yeah, I don't know. Some people said that they've seen them come down and go into lakes and then disappear. But they've tried searching for records and all sorts in the lakes, but maybe whether it got embedded.
Nothing found.
Yeah, they haven't found anything to be confirmed there, but I have got an episode on some of the stuff there that we talked about. But
see, this is my issue with that. If it was anything man-made, they would have found some wreckage at some stage.
Or they were mistaken where it went, I guess. But some said they also
that would equal a lot of mistakes.
Well,
people weren't stupid then and they're not now.
That's why I didn't close that one off as completely solved. I never closed it off as solved. I said I put this out there, and this is what they're saying about it. It's up to people to put it all together. But there was a 1947 case, the Ghost rocket, and was it 47?
46, Paul.
Where two pilots saw one fly past them, and it had windows, and it was given like exhaust fumes out the back, and that was debunked as either a comet or a meteorite. But it's too low down. It was only like 1,000 feet up. Because those planes back then didn't fly very high like it is today. And another theory was that it was one of these mystery airships with some super duper power at the back of it pushing it along. I don't really buy that one either. But
you're quite right. There's some strange things about the sightings of these 1946 ghost rockets. Anything with an exhaust is quite obviously man-made, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what sort of why I was thinking that it was some sort of experimental use. Maybe even using Victor Streiberger's vortex engine to create a fast-moving airship is not out of the question. But he did invent a submarine that looked very similar to the Ghost rocket shape. Had a strange front on it and narrowed off. But some people got hold of some of its experiments, but it's missing parts. And it's like a special spiral that spins around. It creates this mini tornado, they say. It creates a mini tornado. And then the plate starts lifting upwards like a UFO. So whether that's been suppressed...
I don't know. I'm smelling a little bit of bullshit there, to be honest. Like, I don't see how that's going to give it lift.
Well,
I don't
tornado...
think that's going to...
Well, the tornado's suck it up in the middle, right?
Okay.
And if it's constantly creating the cone shape just slightly above it, it's going to be forever being sucked up, right? It's creating like a local void, where there's no atmosphere. So really, you're not going to get a sonic boom either. It's going to shoot upwards very quickly, and as long as you can keep the momentum going. But I think there was a problem with they said it lifted up and then it would crash down because they didn't have all the parts or know how it all sort of worked together.
Mm-hmm.
How to keep it constantly spinning was the problem. How he managed to get it constantly spinning, they didn't figure out. So, yeah, but he said that his concept of the vortex actually did have some merits. So, people are still experimenting with it today to try and actually prove that he knew what he's doing. But so where do we get to? The start of the modern era here.
Yeah.
Better move on. We've done half an hour already, believe it or not. Like, we can talk about this stuff forever and a day, can't we?
God, we certainly can.
The start of the modern UFO era, interestingly, following the Foo Fighter sightings of the Second World War and the ghost rocket sightings over Sweden and other parts of Scandinavia, one of the first UFO waves over largely residential areas would take place in the second half of 1947, coincidentally or not, around the same time as the Roswell incident. In truth, and as we have detailed before, the start of the era really came, at least in terms of the larger public, following the sighting of Kenneth Arnold several weeks before the Roswell incident. From this encounter, as we also explained, came the term flying saucer. However, there were several other extremely similar incidents following Arnold's sighting. For example, on the afternoon of the 29th of June 1947, at around 4:45 p.m. in Clarion in Iowa, a bus driver would witness several strange objects zip by his vehicle. As he was watching these bizarre aerial objects, 4 more suddenly shot by. This second group forced him to apply the brakes, and he brought the bus to a grinding halt. Stepping off the bus for a moment, the driver looked upwards to the sky in an effort to see any more of the strange objects. Several seconds later, he focused in on around a dozen more of the dingy white oval crafts. He would estimate they were traveling at around 300 miles per hour and were at an altitude of around 1,200 feet. Furthermore, he would estimate they were around 200 feet across. The objects were only in sight for several seconds. However, even after they had gone, he could hear a strange hum like an electric motor, still very audible in the air around them. The incident, though, was only one of many to come.
So, okay then, okay, so it was only travelling at 300 mph, and that's not quick, is it?
No.
And it also made the sound. The only thing that disturbs me there is that hum, because that's been reported in a lot of genuine UFO cases.
Yep. But obviously, not everybody hears the hum. It depends what distance away you are and all that. But it's a bit like aircraft in the sky, right?
Normally, you have to be in close proximity to hear that hum. And a lot of people have reported it that way, like an electric motor.
And it depends which way the wind's blowing as well.
Of course, and some have reported it like a vibration.
Like a ultrasound, what they call ultrasound and infrasound.
Well, who knows what type of propulsion system they're using.
There we go. We got it. I think we have. Yep. It's going all right.
Sightings occurring daily all across the United States, according to Lauren Gross's report. Public excitement reached full throttle by the summer of 1947, as the military, perhaps purposely, appeared sluggish in their response to such incidents. Phones jangled their cradles in newsrooms, police stations, and airport offices as the public reported sighting after sighting. And with each report, the collective anxiety of the public seemingly went up a little more. And what's more, these sightings were taking place all over the United States. On the late afternoon of the 4th of July in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, 14-year-old Paul Moss claimed to have witnessed an orange flying saucer over the Delaware River. What's more, the bizarre object appeared to be following a transport plane. On the same day in Springfield, Illinois, several motorists witnessed flying saucers moving across the sky over the Illinois State Fair. Some would even stop their vehicles to witness the discs shoot across the sky. The following day, on the 5th of July, at the Civil Aeronautics Administration office in Maine, received a similar report of multiple discs over Augusta. According to their report, Dan Kelly of Doe Radio had contacted them to advise of a dozen discs traveling at great speed across the sky. Another report came from Major A. Browning the following day. While piloting a United States bomber plane over Kansas City, Missouri at around 10,000 feet, he witnessed a bright, silver disc-shaped object in the skies with him. The following afternoon, on the 7th of July in Phoenix, Arizona, a strange object was witnessed circling high in the skies over the region. On the same day at around 3:50 p.m., Lieutenant A. Moorman would report a flat object with no wings as he flew near Mount Baldy in California at around 20,000 feet. The sightings of these mostly disc-shaped objects would continue.
Yeah, you see, now it's getting quite interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
And we've got, military personnel witness to this. Not some idiot that's come out of a pub, drunk as a skunk.
Yeah. So there we go for the rest of this.
It's really hard to put down.
So slow, whatever.
Yeah, slow realization of vulnerability.
A slow realization of vulnerability. Another sighting on the 4th of July 1947, this time in Seattle, Washington, would result in what is regarded as one of the first UFO photographs on record. Coast Guard Frank Rimmen would snap the picture of a distinctly circular object that was moving against the wind, meaning it wasn't a balloon. Furthermore, there also appears to be several dots of light around the mysterious object. You can see that picture below.
So there's an important thing that a lot of videos taken on MUFON lately, they never take account of which way the wind's going, and they see something in the sky, but they forget to see that the wind's moving in the same direction.
Well, in the case of a balloon, if whatever that object is going against the wind, then you can rule a balloon out straight away, can't you?
That's right, but you never see anyone actually pick up some leaves and throw it in the air to film it after they filmed the UFO, do you? You always see a little short clip. They never try and document it properly because they never think about.
Okay, Paul, I understand what you're saying, and I know you have a need for evidence, and that's what you like is definitive proof. But all I can say is when I seen, the last thing I was thinking about was throwing leaves in the air.
Yeah, but now you've watched my channel. Next time you see one,
but Paul, I was still in a state of shock.
Yeah, but if you were like watching me for years, right? Say that 2 million people were watching me instead of Tyler, they would be more aware of what they're filming, and if it's going against the wind, they would be saying so on the camera and stuff like that, saying, "Oh, the wind's this way and this way." I think if once people get more aware, we're going to get better evidence, and I think that's vital. Now, looks like we got Shelley joining us on the side there.
That's cool. Hi, Shelley.
You might have to rename your YouTube name there. She's renamed the Discord stuff now.
Yeah, but seriously, people don't think like that at the time.
Yeah, but
they're just so lost in the moment, and they're trying to work out what is actually going on.
Yeah, but you can film something, and
then
you
think to get, that kind of evidence.
But
that's unrealistic.
Not if they were watching us and learning how to do better filming.
Ooh, Paul, I'm going to have to agree to disagree on that one.
Why? If 2 million people were watching my lives for the last 2 years, they would film the UFO, and they would then assess, take normal photographs, think about the wind direction, and bring out that.
All right. So now, if all your followers just suddenly seen a UFO, they'll remember your live streams and then suddenly decide to film everything and do it Paul's way when they're just seeing something that's maybe completely alien to them. Nah. They're going to forget about your live stream and your advice straight away because they're seeing something that just isn't there, shouldn't be there.
But a good ufologist should be able to, before they submit it in, try and debunk their own sighting.
No, what you're talking about is a good observer. There's no such thing as a good ufologist, Paul. We're all human, and we all see stuff, and when it doesn't add up, we panic. That's what we do. We panic. We're trying to. Your brain's making so many calculations per second to try and work out what the hell you were seeing. The last thing you're going to think about is Paul's last live stream and how to take a photo.
Well, before
and throwing leaves, that ain't going to work.
When I started my channel, in fact, in the first week, we had this bright light in the sky. It was overcast, which is really strange. I couldn't see the moon, and I went through all the checklists then because I started my channel, I started learning, and I knew about the apps online to hold it up to the screen and actually see where the planets were. And sure enough, this light in the sky matched Venus. Dead on the spot, using GPS on the tablet. So, that's not true. I think a lot of people out there will know if they watch me and learn the tools, be more aware of the surroundings.
Yeah. Oh God! I mean, if I seen what I seen, whatever it was 20 years ago, if I seen it today, I'd like to think that my main objective would be to get a photograph of it, but I'm not really sure that's going to pan out.
Too far away and all that. You know how crappy cameras are.
No, not that, Paul. Not that. At least take some kind of photograph.
Right.
But will I? If I see that again, will I even be thinking of taking a photo? I'm not sure I would.
Well, it depends if you got time to get it out, get the phone app, camera app working. But I think
I'm just saying that I feared for my life at one stage because what was there wasn't supposed to be there.
Yeah,
and I didn't know what it could do to me.
Perhaps in the future when you get these.
Paul, I was more thinking of getting the hell out of there than I was taking the photograph.
Oh yeah. But maybe you're less scared now, though, right? If it happened again, you'd probably be less scared.
I don't know. I couldn't guarantee you I'd be less scared now. I couldn't say that.
I don't think we should be fearing aliens anyway, but just the ones that want to abduct you. I think they're probably the bad ones. But what's Shelley got to say here? So Robert,
she's just saying, Paul.
All right. Coffee. We'll see you later. So I've got to read out this next bit on that.
During the late afternoon of the 7th of July over Tucson, Arizona, just days after the Roswell incident in neighboring New Mexico, Louis Zesper and 2 more patients at a military veterans hospital would witness an oval-shaped craft. Zesper would estimate the object was around 25 feet across and made from a metallic material. What caught his and his colleagues' attention was how wobbly the craft was as it made its way over the area. Interestingly or not, several hours later in El Paso, Texas, an anonymous lady would report a strange object more grayish than silver moving in the night sky just short of 9 p.m. Shortly after, near Shreveport, Louisiana, a military pilot known as Harston witnessed a bright silver object overhead. What such sightings demonstrated was that the skies over the United States were awash with these strange objects. And when government officials, behind closed doors, claimed the crafts were not top-secret American aerial vehicles, the realization that the skies were undefended and open to attack began to set in. Whether these vehicles were of extraterrestrial origin or from the Soviet Union was now a question for debate. An incident that would unfold in the state of Arizona is particularly interesting for several reasons, not least due to the apparent belief, at least publicly, that the incident may be connected to secret Soviet aircraft.
Thought I heard a tap, tap, tap.
Mate, the dog could be going ballistic. Yeah, can we just stop? there, Paul. Don't you notice how they blamed it all on the Russians?
Reds under
And
the
do you know
bed.
what? They were years later only developing nuclear bombs. So, really? Let's blame it on the Russians. Okay, cool. But I'm not having it.
And the Chinese didn't have anything like that.
Did they? Hell. Jesus, man, they were a third world country at the time.
But could the Soviets have reclaimed Nazi technology?
Oh, you're not going over that old ground again. For God's sakes, Paul, they made a complete bollocks of a Second World War and managed to lose that. If they had this super duper technology and anti-gravity stuff, yeah, I think we'd all be speaking German now. I'm just saying, and I'm using Occam's razor here and using common sense. No, they never had that technology.
Yeah.
The Nazi bell and the anti-gravity stuff was just something that some obscure man wrote on a piece of paper, and it never worked. It never got off the ground. Just saying.
Well, it's just Russian propaganda. But yeah, you want to go to the next one here?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Carry on.
The WA Rhodes incident on the afternoon of the 7th of July, at around 4 p.m. in Tucson, Arizona, sudden storm clouds formed over the region. Shortly after, lightning followed by the inevitable thunder announced the rainstorm. As the water came down, WA Rhodes would rush out from his house to the workshop at the back of his property. As he did so, however, he suddenly noticed a strange object in the sky to the east of his location. He continued to watch the strange craft, and after several seconds realized he was watching something quite extraordinary. The object was a bizarre elliptical shape and was traveling somewhere in the region of 500 miles per hour and was approximately 25 feet across. Due to the grey color of its exterior, it sometimes appeared to blend in with the grey sky in which it traveled.
And there's one of the pictures that he got. But I have covered this guy before.
You debunked that?
No, I didn't debunk it.
Oh, hell.
No, I didn't debunk it. I said this is a connection to the Roswell crash one and Arnold's sighting, because Arnold also saw this shaped craft as well as the crescent-shaped one.
Well, that was one thing I wanted to bring up with you as well, because I thought that could easily be mistaken for what Arnold's seen, just at a slightly different angle, you know.
That's right.
But Roswell, no, I'm not entirely sure we can put it down to that.
Well, the pictures that people have,
that craft was smashed into a million pieces.
Yeah, well, I think what people have done is how they got the Roswell UFO models. What I go over, that they've got a model kit that you can buy, and people said this is what the craft looked like. They're basing it on this guy's photograph, not actually what was at Roswell. That's what I talked about anyway. That the idea come from this photograph and not actually from the Roswell people. Not from the government, not from people witnesses. Although there was a claim that it crashed and skimmed and then skipped like a stone and then went into another mile away for a secondary crash site where it plowed into the mountain. That was where
it's a shame they didn't have infrared on in that day, because that would have showed some exhaust plume if it was actually an exhaust. Because it almost kind of looks like an exhaust, doesn't it? But that doesn't add up either. I don't know.
It looks
That's
also
a strange photo,
like.
And the funny thing is, I was going to move on to that next in more detail.
There is actually a design like this in the patents for 1940s, which is kind of interesting as well. I think I brought it up on
Do you have it?
No, but I did bring up on a Sunday live with John. I think you were having mates over and you weren't around much. It's Roswell. I got a playlist on the Roswell stuff that I did anyway. Roswell Rock, the memo, which I believe actually does say disc shape there. In that lake.
Paul, I mean,
this one here.
I've got a copy of the original newspaper on the wall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there you go. This is the
the Air
model.
Force recovers flying disc.
Here's the live I
July
did.
the 8th, 1947.
There we go. Kenneth Arnold, William Rhodes, and Roswell connection. So yeah, I talk about that, and here's the picture of the so-called Roswell secondary site where they picked up the so-called dead bodies from. But yeah, if you haven't watched that one, it's well worth having a look at it sometime. I'll post it down the side here. So that was more to do with Arnold and Rhodes, that one, and some experimental craft that were being worked on for flying wings, and some patent as well. So I think I did a look at everything there, seeing if there was a connection to maybe could it still been experimental craft or alien technology. Who knows? But it's still all interesting to look at all that information, because sometimes you see something again next time you look at it.
Yeah.
And of course the memo, you know, if you've not seen the memo one that I break down.
Oh, the Twining memo?
Yeah, the Ramy memo, is it?
Oh, sorry, yeah. Roger Ramey, he was a general that was called in quickly to it, basically.
Well, in my analysis of the text, going blindly, there was a page there, a sentence there where they're talking about using balloons for cover-up for a newspaper story. But yeah, go and have a watch of that one if you've not seen it.
Yeah.
It's quite interesting. Yeah. It may not be 100% accurate, but...
The shocking thing about the Ramey is that it actually mentioned the victims of the crash, and I think that was quite clear to be seen. I mean, Jesus, it's scary, but why would they call army personnel victims?
Yeah, this Rhodes guy, he was actually a PhD and had two men come to the door. They came meant to be FBI, where he handed over the photographs.
Jesus, Paul, you're spoiling my story.
Oh no!
I had that coming up.
Hey, I'll keep on going. I'm not too sure what's in your story.
Bad man, Paul Skinner.
Well, I've only just given a preview to what's coming up then, haven't I? I haven't spoiled it.
Okay.
See, I do know something.
Was just inside the door of his workshop. Rhodes reached in, grabbed the camera and managed to snap a picture of the craft. Almost as soon as he had pressed down on the shutter, the craft zoomed off at great speed. As it left, however, Rhodes managed to see a type of domed area on top of the craft that he assumed is for the pilot. He would also state that the shape was similar to a shoe heel or a U shape, with a definite front and rear. Rhodes would report the incident to the military, who would send investigators to speak with him. They would ultimately take the negative of the photograph into their possession. Before they did so, however, the picture he had taken had appeared in the Arizona Republic newspaper on the front page of the 9th of July edition. It would turn out that authorities were also interested in Rhodes for other reasons.
Yep. What did we get to?
Yeah.
So we need to go here. The first seeds of disinformation.
Yeah, just one thing there. Why would this guy make it up?
Wasn't he a PhD? I can't remember. There's some details about him being quite clever inventor or something, and he did something for the government, the government or Air Force. Was it something to do with technology that they use today? Can't remember, something like that. And also he saw some other UFOs before he died, wasn't it? He was linked to the possibly that Contact TV show 2019. They go to his house and find that he was actually collecting lots of stories from around the area after his sighting. So he got obsessed with UFOs after that point, which
now that happens all the time.
Yeah, and he was cataloging all the sightings, which probably
Did you gather? Did he make any money off it, Paul?
I don't think so. I can't remember. I don't think
that
so.
Tells the tale, doesn't
But
it?
I think his reputation got sort of ruined from it. So yeah.
Well, it would do.
Yeah.
I mean, don't mention UFOs. It's not a good career move, is it?
No, but it doesn't worry us, does it? Well, we'll carry on.
Yeah.
The first seeds of disinformation. The editor of the Los Angeles Examiner newspaper had received a strange letter 3 days earlier. It detailed an apparent conversation between two Soviet merchantmen who were speaking at Long Beach Harbor, where their tanker had recently docked. According to the opportunistic eavesdropper, Soviet scientists and engineers were working on saucer-like aircraft. What's more, these futuristic vehicles were powered by atomic energy. Even more intriguing, once they were in the air they would soar along the Earth's gravitational contour lines. Furthermore, and undoubtedly unnerving if true, these vehicles could spew controlled radioactive clouds that could kill wildlife, at least. Perhaps most intriguing in terms of connections to the Rhodes sighting was the kidney-shaped exterior of the craft, as well as the fact that the pilot would control it from a top-raised section.
So we've got to the end now.
Yeah.
I think there's some more. Yeah.
I think that's a little bit. It's gone a little bit too fantastic for me.
Yeah. Fantastic in what parts, basically?
Well, the UFOs creating their own weather. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's because I just don't understand how that could be done.
Radioactive clouds.
Yeah, that's the bit I don't like.
Unless it's not alien technology and man-made technology that's leaking radiation.
Yeah, but still in 1947, Paul.
When was Stanton Friedman working on his nuclear engines?
Stanton Friedman. My God, I can't remember his date of birth now, but he would be about 85 now if he was still alive. God bless him.
Now, I think he was working in the 40s to the 50s.
I would imagine he was born in the mid-30s.
Yeah, I know he was saying that they didn't actually put it in a craft and they were flying it around in a normal jumbo jet because it was so heavy. So I don't think they would have had something flying around if because he should know. He would have said they would have had some sort of prototype with a nuclear engine in it. Because why would they get working on it if they already had it working? Which is kind of strange. And Shelley, she's doing her own research. She's got down the side there. She's looking into the Kelly Hopkinsville cave system for the goblins. Well.
Oh my God! I tell you what, that reminds me of is Palmer's Amazing Stories magazine.
Of the cave system, or what are you talking about?
Of the cave system and underground monsters and all that stuff. Absolutely crazy stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they have got a lot.
Magazine it was.
But they got a lot of limestone underneath those locations there where it forms the caves naturally, right?
Yeah.
And sinkholes, especially in Florida.
I actually went under several pseudonyms.
Yeah.
To publish his magazines. But he's an interesting chap, and of course he was involved in the Mavie Island incident.
Yeah. No, we won't go over that one again, hopefully.
Oh God, no.
Well,
Not
actually, we
today.
probably will go over it sometime, but because when we
I
did it,
I think we do.
when we did it, we were using the Hangout on Air system, which Google managed to corrupt the bit rate, and it made a right mess of our screen. With strange green blocks and randomness. So it might be worth
and
redoing.
a lot of people think that the Mavie Island incident is just a big hoax. Well, I tell you what, I've got other ideas. I think something happened there, and I tell you what, I'm in good company. Because Jacques Vallée has also stated the same.
Yeah. Yes.
Paul, you sound so miserable and skeptical.
We went through the pros and cons, you remember, so we weren't actually 100% sure. We weren't 100% sure at the end, but there was more cons than there were pros. But yeah, you can never rule out cover-up, of course. But yeah, always best to put it all out there and let people decide, right? Mm-hmm. What's happened there?
Oops.
Yeah. It was there, I think. Unfortunately, my eyes are a wee bit foggy.
That Rhodes photographed a secret Soviet vehicle. Was he himself a Soviet agent? Only when Kenneth Arnold clarified the shape of his famous sightings was also similar to a U-shape did authorities drop the line of inquiry. Were these concerns genuine? Might they have even been correct, and Arnold's clarification of the shape of the craft he witnessed have been coincidental? Or might, as speculative as it might be, such notions allowed to seep into the UFO world so as to produce reasonable answers to similar sightings in the future? A kind of cross-generational discrete mental conditioning. Once more, this is purely speculation on the author's part. However, it is not that much of a stretch of the imagination, especially if we accept, which does appear to be the case, that there was a stronger desire on the collective United States authorities' part to keep the public ignorant of the true facts of such sightings and encounters than the desire to disclose all information.
Yeah. Well, I have to say at this stage, yeah, this is what sent the Air Force into a panic, this 1947 wave.
Yeah.
And believe me, it was no joke. It was no illusion. There was something in the skies we did not understand. And this gave birth to Project Sign. But we'll look at that in a little bit.
And of course, I've got a video there, but we won't play it. I don't think we need to for that.
Nah.
I sort of covered it in my episodes a lot more detail there on the road stuff.
Okay.
Alright, we could read down to there where the quote is. So we're talking about Edwards Air Force Base incident.
Mm-hmm.
The Merc Edwards Air Force Base incident on the afternoon of the 9th of July 1947. JCM was off duty from Merc Air Force Base, now named Edwards in California, and in the post-exchange building near the base. He was well aware of the rash of flying saucer sightings, and he had something bordering on disgust for the people that made such claims that, to him, were merely attempts to get their names in the newspapers. However, on this particular evening, the perception would alter drastically and permanently. After conducting his business, he would leave the building, apparently claiming "I got to see it to believe it" as he did so. Only seconds later, a strange and urgent noise overhead caused him to look skyward. Above him, a plane moved through the air. Following the aircraft, however, were two silver discs. Surprised but alert, he shouted for anyone nearby to come outside so they might also witness the objects and provide him with corroborating witnesses. 3 people stepped from the post-exchange in time to see the crafts disappear. He would state in his report, "I have time to look away several times and renew my vision of the objects to make sure they were not the result of ice train or in any nature an optical illusion."
Yeah, so you see, You know, Arnold actually said there was a different object that was in that formation of UFOs that he's seen. And this is almost similar, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, if it was some kind of black project, and I'm just putting this out now, you know, whether you agree with me, that's just not really that important. I'm just saying it's very unusual for you to do something that's black and then fly several different craft followed by another different black budget craft. It just doesn't add up, does it? Or just maybe it was something from somewhere else.
They did have flying wings that were in operation then.
In 1947.
Yeah. I did go over it in my episode.
Yeah, I know you went over it, Paul, but I couldn't find anything that made it fit, you know?
Yeah, but they didn't have jet engines.
And of course, sorry, Paul, I'll let you speak.
They didn't have jet engines, which is the major thing there. They had propellers, so whether he would have heard that noise from where he was, I don't know. But yeah, that's one of the things I pointed out, that they were doing experimental flying wings, and some of them did fit the shape, the D shape, that one. But yeah, it's a bit hard to tell whether that's what he saw or not.
Well, also the estimated speed was several thousand miles per hour, and we know that the X1 broke the sound barrier in 1948. We've been over that before.
Yeah,
and that had to be launched out of another aircraft.
There was some calculations done where he may have estimated the wrong mountain range, and so the speed was wrong. I seem to ring a bell.
It was actually Hynek that pulled him up on that one.
Yeah. So I think it did actually match something. I can't remember it in detail now. I would have to re-watch my live episode I did to refresh my memory on all the facts. But that's why we do these, so you can always go back and re-watch it and say, oh yeah, that was there. So we got down to that quote there. And we can do the next chunk, I suppose. There's not much there, though. Got a newspaper clipping. Oh, looks like my
JCM
Wi-Fi.
was adamant that the two discs were not conventional aircraft of any kind. Furthermore, they were not weather balloons, as they were travelling against the prevailing wind. Although JCM would attempt to round up further witnesses, by the time he did so, the objects had disappeared from sight. However, JCM and another military officer would continue to scan the skies for several more moments. In witness terms, what more could the Air Force want? Their efforts would be rewarded. At an altitude of around 8,000 feet, a silver spherical disc-shaped object was visible. It was seemingly circling overhead. They would call several more military personnel, as well as their supervisor. Once more, they would double-check that what they were seeing was not an illusion of their own eyes. Once more, it appeared obvious that the objects were very solid and very real.
Looks like I'm going to have to go to the toilet, so I'll just read out the next chunk. If you wanted to talk, you can. And I've got to also reboot a Wi-Fi router that's gone down in the house. So I'll be back in a minute. It's got flaky firmware apparently, and it is pretty old now. They're not cheap. So I'll just read out this next chunk then, and if I'm not back, just carry on talking to people. I should be back though. How's it going?
JCM would dismiss any notions that the object may have been a bird due to the reflection that was created when the object reached a certain altitude. As well as JCM's statements and report, two other sergeants would also sign their name to the version of events. Further still, independent scientific advisors would suggest the incident was one that might warrant further study. They would write in their summing up of the case that the witnesses were credible and authentic and were describing events on a clear day with perfect vision. He would ultimately ask what more could the Air Force want. The military, however, appeared eager to distance themselves from the incident, stating it was of little importance. Whatever their stance publicly, however, behind closed doors, the wrangling over what these strange crafts were, where they came from, and how best to deal with it continued. Sightings explode everywhere around the United States barely 24 hours after the Merc Air Force Base sightings. Another incident over a military installation would unfold. This time, over Elmendorf Air Force Base in Alaska. Multiple witnesses would see a greyish balloon travelling overhead close to the nearby mountain ranges. This is perhaps an interesting and important detail. As we have examined on a number of occasions before, many UFO sightings take place in these mountainous areas. Some researchers even insist that many of them are home to the bases that house these strange disc-shaped crafts that were suddenly moving around the skies of the planet. Also on the 9th of July, at Catalan Island in California, 3 Army Air Force veterans would make a report of 6 flying discs overhead. One of the witnesses, Bob, would even manage to snap a picture of one of them. You can see that image below.
So, alrighty. Well, at this stage, to me, it's blatantly obvious that something is going down in 1947. Yeah, sure, you've got Roswell, you've got the Kenneth Arnold sighting, and you've got a whole host of other things that have been overshadowed by those first 2 I mentioned. But this is all going down. At this stage, you can see now that the military are concerned. So why did they open up Project Sign? Because the public were quite disturbed by all this.
I'm back. Hopefully you can hear me.
Okay, pal.
So I'm not sure what I missed there, but UFOs with a smooth body only. What?
Yes, yeah, sure, absolutely. Because they look like they've come out of a mold. That's how a lot of people have described them.
Right.
No nuts, no seams, no bolts, no rivets.
Yeah. Like it's been sprayed on and it's sort of set. Like popped out of a plastic mold system, which is possible. Or it could be 3D printed, of course, which I talked about a few lives back on 3D printing, where they're printed metals and all sorts of things, fabrics.
Yeah.
So next chunk, I suppose it got halfway to it, so we'll finish it off.
Sorry about this long-winded introduction, Paul, but I think it's important to see this.
Oh, this is an introduction still. Alright.
Yeah.
Just as UFO sightings were reaching a peak in what is referred to as the first wave of the 1947 wave around the 9th and the 10th of July, they began to ease slightly. And much to the United States military's relief, many journalists and broadcasters were eager to take them to task over the impotent way they approached these bizarre and potentially historic sightings. It was also during this time that meetings between the FBI and the United States military took place. According to official military records, an apparent mistrust continued to exist between the intelligence agencies and the military, with the FBI, in particular, repeatedly leveling the charge that the flying saucers were a War Department project, which the military continued to deny.
Okay. So we're moving on to the FBI, are we?
Oh, hell yeah. So don't you realise at this stage that people were concerned?
Well, I think
authorities were concerned.
Well, if you got anyone that's unknown in your airspace, you should be concerned.
Absolutely, bang on, Paul.
And
you've got to look into it.
Yeah. Obviously, the stars and the A-tip stuff has been around for a long time. It's just that we don't know about it.
Oh yeah,
they got the
bad alien, bad UFO.
They got the public face of what's actually happening, like Project Blue Book, but behind the scenes they've got something else happening.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which is what we're finding out now. They say they discontinued stuff, but they actually had.
Well, that we can say for a fact.
Mm. I know, and they did bring it up at Congress, wasn't it, in America, to get more details from the government or the military about it all. Why
that fell on deaf ears.
Yeah. Why stuff would be in our airspace and why is it not being taken seriously and all that sort of stuff.
But it was. It was just in the background. We weren't privy to it.
Yes, it would be good to see everything they've got. Because they think they got all the experts, but really there's a lot of experts actually on the web. And if that's public, then all the people can look at it and someone can say, haha, I've seen this before, in this newspaper 10 years ago, which probably isn't actually stored online information. A lot of the stuff, like this stuff, is on old newspapers and had never been put into a database, or it's in a satellite database. It's not part of the internet. So, yeah, there's probably a lot of good little cases out there that we don't know about still. Credible cases,
Yeah.
But, it's a bit shame we just can't get something credible on modern technology cameras. Often it's really spud cam footage, isn't it, still? It's pretty crappy.
I still think, though, if you're taking a picture of a light in the sky and you're in kind of a state of shock while you're taking it, it's never going to come out good.
Well, you're going to need an optical zoom, I think, on smartphones. Or you're going to need... there is actually quite good stabilization now on these phones, where it can take away the shaking and all that, which I think is needed. I think the technology is just going to get better and better in the next 10 years, so see what comes out. But once they get away from glass lenses and look at these nanofins, as they're called, meta lenses, which use titanium, not actually glass, then we might be into something really fantastic. And you're talking about like probably 100 megapixels and beyond sort of technology, and no typical lens flares or anything like that. Doesn't use glass.
Yeah, but do you know, there's one thing that I think, Paul, they're one step ahead of us anyway.
Yeah, I think UFOs, the real UFOs, unless they make a mistake, they want you to be seen unless they really want to show themselves. I think that's the case. So how they can...
I think the phenomena, it's always proved elusive, hasn't it?
I'm pretty sure when they abduct people, the craft is above the house, but no one ever catches it on security cameras because it's invisible. It's using cloaking technology, right? So we'll just play the next bit.
Rampant FBI activity behind closed doors. Around a week after the wave of sightings began to settle down around the 20th of July, an agreement was in place that the military could no longer confiscate any down discs for themselves and that any future recoveries would be an exclusively joint venture. Again, whether it was to make future disinformation drives more authentic or not, local FBI offices would receive instructions to perform full background checks on all UFO witnesses and enthusiasts who came to their attention. They were, of course, looking for any communist ties, none of which were ever found to suggest such a link to the UFO community. And while sightings certainly did occur during this time, it would appear that the public concern was nowhere near the heights it had reached in the opening days of July. One particular incident, however, involving a unit of United States servicemen based in the Far East following the end of the Second World War, would perhaps stand out from the rest.
And
well, the FBI, they were involved in a UFO project in the 50s, and I think it was called the NX Files. and it was one little office.
Rings a bell.
Yeah, yes, of course it does, because that's where the X-Files got their motivation, because no one actually bothered pronouncing the N.
Yeah, there was a bit
I think if you're determined to find out, you will. I'm sure it'll be out there.
Yeah, I think it's on the Black
somewhere
Vault
on the internet.
I think he's got a lot of the paperwork
it could
on Black
well
Vault.
be. Yeah.
X-Files. Who was it related to? I'm pretty sure I was looking at it on Black Vault. It was to do with that not Rhodes. It was to do with one of those things we looked at. So who was it now? It was to do with Phil. What's his name?
Phil Snyder. Oh, Delta Air Force Base, and that story of aliens and shootout.
I'm pretty sure X-Files. There was some X-Files to do with him, where they were actually looking into his claims and stuff. They were keeping an eye on him. But there was a lot of stuff there where they had included.
Okay. Well, Schneider was going during the was it the 90s? I don't lend much credence to his story, to be honest.
I'm pretty sure it was him, but anyway, I'm pretty sure I covered it on live, probably for 10 minutes or so, saying, "Oh yeah, here's some X-Files." Or was it not him? Maybe it was Maury Island one. I think X-Files was related to that one.
You're not thinking about Harold Chrisman, are you?
Yeah, could it be that guy that I'm thinking of?
Yeah, I think that's who you're talking about. It's not Phil Schneider.
Yeah, I think it was now, not Phil Snyder. Yeah, it was that guy, and it was to do with his what they call disruptor agent, I think.
A disruptive agent, yes.
Yeah, I think it was related to that. It was on one of our older lives where we were talking about the Maury Island incident, which we again talked about that we might redo because we had some problems with the streaming code back then. And we did a little pros and cons chart where we went through and summarized it up for the following live, and it still was corrupted, which wasn't. So it needs to be redone again, I think.
Yeah, okay.
Because we actually found out quite a lot of good stuff there. But yeah, we're going to have to go back and re-watch it so we can get the links again.
No, it's okay. I can do that. I've got some, to us, some quite new stuff on that I didn't realise at the time.
I don't know. I think we might have had the side chat back then, so we may have posted the links. I'm not too sure on that though. But
okay.
Remember, the side chat didn't come in not that long ago. I think it was like the start of this year, wasn't it? So it's pretty new, the side chat that Google added.
The B-17 Utah incident, 9 round discs in a V formation. The incident occurred on the 16th of July over Utah. At around 3:30 p.m., a B-17 passenger plane was traveling over Promontory Point when it would encounter 9 flying discs. The witness was an active member of the United States Air Force and was stationed in Kyushu, Japan. He was on a return journey from the United States back to his post in Japan when he witnessed several strange objects while over the state of Utah. The witness would claim that the objects at first appeared to be large birds as he viewed them from the nose of the plane. However, it soon became apparent that they were not only heading straight for them, but they were moving much too fast to be birds.
B-17.
Yeah.
Now, what is a B-17 anyway? We've got a picture of one. Remember, I'm not sure if people realise that, but the American Air Force always call their fighter jets with F and a number, and all their bombers with a B and a number. So B-17 is actually a bomber.
Well, the Foo Fighters began with an F. And they certainly weren't American.
And the Flying Fortress. So we've heard of the B-52, but not the B-17. So there you go, it's a bomber. Doesn't look much of a bomber though, does it? 2014. Still, it's got a few guns on it, haven't they? They've got a gun at the front there. Remember those old classic computer games where you can...
four propellers, which means it's got a pretty heavy lift.
Yeah, and big wingspan.
Oh God, that's a good bomb all day to me.
Yeah. So...
You're going to think it's Second World War. It's not advanced then.
Yeah, remember it's got this gun turrets at the back and at the front on the bombers to shoot down the fighter planes, but like in Star Wars where they're trying to shoot down the TIE fighters and stuff. But there are some good computer games, the old classic, recto computer games where you have to be one of these guys in the cockpit trying to shoot down the plane so it doesn't damage the bomber before you get to your destination. Pretty basic game now, but it was a bit fun.
I mean, they were often accompanied by several fighters around them just to look after them because a bomber
for
kind of dead in the water.
For a certain distance, but once they got over German airspace, I think they were left alone to defend for themselves. They might have made sure they got across the channel, right, towards Germany and then flew back, because they would have had only a certain limited fuel, the Spitfires and all that.
Right before the moment of the impact, however, the object veered left. As they did, the witness could clearly see they were 9 round discs. He would estimate them to be around 60 feet wide and had a faint blue color to their undersides. They moved in a loose deformation and began to climb higher as they passed the plane. The witness would immediately make his way to the cockpit to report the incident. Although the pilot claimed to have seen nothing out of the ordinary, the flight engineer did corroborate the sighting. Interestingly, from the flight engineer's perspective, he could see the top of the crafts, which he would describe as sand-colored. The witness claimed that he had been out of the United States for the 18 months leading up to the incident. Consequently, he was largely unaware of the UFO excitement in the States at the time. Both he and the flight engineer, however, were clear on what they witnessed. Interestingly, the flight engineer in question was reassigned shortly after the incident.
So yeah, it's got a few more side chatters.
Sure, yeah.
And a few likes there, thanks guys.
Yeah, Denizen. That's an interesting quote. So I suppose a denizen is a person, animal, or any kind of species that lives or is found in a particular place, or maybe a foreigner that's allowed certain rights in their adopted country. Interesting quote. I mean, called loads of things. Yeah, but the most funny one was Hindi cowgirl. My God, that took me a while to get my head around that.
Was it a Welsh word?
But anyway, no, Hindi cowgirl. Yeah, it was actually a website, which I found it back to be after a little bit of investigation.
I've been called all sorts of names myself, mate.
Oh, yeah, but you don't get called interesting names like I do.
Oh, no.
You're just called F's and C's and B's.
Especially today.
Yeah, well.
With the Tyler news that broke out. But we'll cover that Sunday.
Sure, mate. Yeah.
We won't bring it up now.
Nah.
The second wave. On the 29th of July, 2 more sightings both on the western side of America would take place. The first would unfold over Hamilton Air Force Base in California. As Captain Reed stood near the runway as another pilot had just come in and was leaving his plane, he noticed 2 strange objects approaching the facility. He would nudge the pilot in question, Lieutenant W. Stewart, to see if he too could see the bizarre aerial crafts. He did. Furthermore, each watched as a P-80 began to approach to land. The 2 strange visitors appeared as though they were going to pursue a plane. However, they simply flew overhead in a weaving motion. The objects were definitely circular with an apparently raised section in the middle for the occupants. Reed would estimate that the disc was around 20 feet across and had a metallic, white tint to its exterior. As he and Stewart watched, the two crafts suddenly dashed off and were out of sight within seconds.
Okay.
Yeah, so, the disturbing thing about this is very hard to explain in rational terms. I mean, that's a military witness there, high-ranking military witness, who had absolutely nothing to gain from spewing out a load of bullshit.
Yeah.
And of course, the military-industrial complex didn't really take hold until, I would say the late 50s, early 60s. So, okay.
Carry on.
Yeah.
Shortly after, in Canyon Ferry, Montana, 3 motorists traveling to the city of Helena would witness a craft they would describe as a flying saucer flying through the air at an approximate altitude of 3,000 feet. It would approach the motorists at great speed, who had now stopped their vehicle before coming to a halt. It would remain hovering over them, a slight flutter every now and then making its exterior glisten and shimmer in the late afternoon sun. Then, the craft would zoom away, appearing to melt into thin air in only seconds. It would later come to light that the previous day, an airliner would narrowly miss a collision with a disc-shaped craft as it came into land at Boise in Idaho. Activity increases into August. The sightings would then continue to escalate well in August. On the afternoon of the 4th of August at around 4 p.m. in the town of Everett in Massachusetts, a pilot and his navigator would witness a bright orange object zooming along beneath their position. The craft would remain visible for around 30 seconds and was moving approximately 150 miles per hour. It would disappear into a bank of clouds. 2 days later, at around 6 p.m. on the evening of the 6th of August, came an even more bizarre incident in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. A former bomber pilot was in his garden when he witnessed a strange object spewing blue-white flames, screaming over his property. He would later estimate it was moving around 450 miles per hour. With him were several neighbors, who also witnessed the extraordinary flight. As it passed, a strange hissing sound was clearly heard by all the witnesses.
Now, that makes me think something's man-made.
Yeah. Contrails
Yeah.
and UFOs, it's a bit hard to know.
Yeah, I smell a big stinky rat with that one. I don't think that's nothing alien.
Yeah. Just something entering in a different layer of atmospheric, though, can cause a contrail to happen. I guess if it's creating like a heated path through the cloud crystals, then it just condenses, same as a jet engine. So it's a bit hard to know. You'd have to see a video of it, really, I think, and a decent video of that instead of the blob.
Yeah, well, somebody like yourself will always demand that because you're skeptical by nature, Paul. You're not taken to fancy, are you? So, I think you would need to see something like that.
Depends.
I go on the weight of the evidence, you see.
It depends.
Rather than any one thing that conclusively proves.
If this flew into a cloud bank and it was given off a contrail, and then suddenly it popped out and it stopped dead still, you can say straight away that it excludes planes. Right. So again, I do follow the evidence, right? I'm just saying. We need more than just a contrail, something flying through to say, it sounds kind of man-made, but at this stage we still don't know 100%. It's a bit like the Chile one, where some still claim it's a UFO, but clearly it was a passenger jet far away, and it just looked like it was close in their location, that's all. And they didn't pick it up on their local radar because it was out of range, right? So... But they confused all their experts for a while there until some of the, what they call the hive online, the internet minds, got to hear the information and see the images, and the time and date and all that, and then started connecting it in with the flight radar 24 and all that sort of stuff, and looking at the angles. Apparently there's a 3D option there which allowed them to see the same view that they saw from the plane when they're filming, which sort of matched up, which was interesting. Where did we get to there?
Yeah, Clayton's got some interesting things to say here, and he's not thicky by a long chalk. It only took a couple of sentences for me to realise that. He certainly realises that crop circles equals bullshit.
Well,
yeah,
you could say the more advanced designs is a bit suspect, but the real basic ones.
No, but he's also said, Paul, like up in the military-industrial complex, and believe it was entrenched in World War II and escalated thereafter. I think he's got a strong point there, but I'd really like you, Clayton, to elaborate on that, and we can take a look at it.
What did he say here? Right. They're not here to make crop circles. Yeah, if they're going to communicate with us, they would probably...
Yeah, it was the war on the military-industrial complex that I was more interested in, to be honest.
They would simply transmit it to your car radio
crop
or
circles,
something, you know.
I mean, you know, they apparently found, you know, some of this, these crops, whether they be wheat, barley, or whatever, that had microwave damage to them. Yeah. Well, what actually people were doing was sticking them in the microwave for a few seconds and then sending them off for analysis.
Was that proven? So that sounds like Climate Gate.
Yes, mate, because they owned up to it.
I know there's a lot of people owning up to making the crop circles now, and they take photographs and video of them making it, and then they wait to see how the press and all that reacts to it, and all the computer people out, all the UFO people react to it, and then they come clean and say, "Ha, we fooled you." But Linda in Molten House said, it has to be aliens because there was a crop circle made in Australia at the same time. Well, they do have internet, and they do have phones, and they do have groups. They have groups of crop circle makers all over the world.
Okay, stop it now, Paul. That's not funny.
Yes,
it's spoiling everyone's fun.
Yeah, so they had like an old bulletin board system. I don't know if you remember the old dial-ups and how slow it was, but they could send text messages and organise things. So we're doing one here in Denver at 11 o'clock, and you can do yours at the same time in Perth or whatever. So yeah, we'll just read out the next chunk.
It doesn't take long for people to click on.
Yeah, I think
that guy in the UK just created a crop circle. Should we try it?
I think they were going to communicate. It'd be like that UFO movie with the golden number. I think it would be something more like that, where it'll be transmitted, and it'll have intelligence and signal that's based on mathematics and nature, which that basically was designed to be. So if you were technically advanced, you would know about the ratio of the hydrogen that it was related to, and how it's used in Fibonacci, and how the spiral works as the golden number and all that sort of stuff. Nature is just amazing, but I think they'll probably communicate something, on radio or something like that that can be picked up in car radio, or at least be documented that they're trying to communicate, If you're trying to communicate to the world that there's going to be an asteroid impact in 2020, you want to do it better than a crop circle, really, don't you? But if they got that technology, then they can divert the asteroid for us, so they could become our protectors, so to speak. which we hope the good aliens do that for us. In fact, they may even done that. Who knows? We've had a few near misses in the last couple of years of some big asteroids that just skimmed. So they could.
Yeah, wow.
You just don't
There's
know.
another one coming up with in 2020, and that's quite a nice little number, isn't it?
Well, there's actually quite a few that they know about that are heading out very close our way. But we don't want to start fear-mongering. We'll be classed as security.
Yeah, I know.
But they've got plenty of time to get the Space Force ready and able to move asteroids. They need to start practicing, I guess. But they're good sci-fi movies, though. Speaking of which, Lost in Space Season 2 is out. If you've not watched it, it's pretty good. It's got the robots and it's got the UFO ships on it, which makes it a bit more interesting, I think. And the storyline's pretty good. And the graphics and the ethics on it, you know.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of the
On the
best
same
ones.
evening in the small town of Robert Lee in Texas, 5 people would witness a flying disc make its way overhead. As it did so, it would change direction and position several times. It would vanish from sight only to reappear around 15 minutes later. It would maneuver around in the sky for around half an hour. Then, it would appear to change shape, going from a disc to a thin cigar-shaped object. It then vanished into the early evening sky. While the exact date is not certain, an incident in early August would see a hiker on the outskirts of Los Angeles witness a strange object on the ground in the mountain area. Suddenly, it would take off and zip toward him, causing him to fling himself to the ground to avoid it crashing into him. The softball game incident, outskirts of St. Louis on the evening of the 11th of August 1947, while attending a softball game on the outskirts of St. Louis, Missouri, a commercial pilot would notice several dark specks approaching their location. They were in a very definite V shape. The closer they got, however, it became obvious to the witness that they were disc-shaped. There was 9 in total and were traveling around 1,000 miles per hour. Even more bizarre, every 2 seconds, the objects would flip in unison. They were dark on one side, and then upon flipping, light on the other. This detail is one that appears relatively often in other UFO descriptions. Far from being the only witness, the players from both teams, as well as around 24 members of the crowd, watched the objects pass over the ballpark. Quite by chance, the softball game was between aircraft ground instructors and aircraft mechanic engineers. Certainly witnesses with a good knowledge of aviation.
I didn't get to there. So, do you want to say anything about that blurb?
Well, I mean, but this is the thing coming up now. As suddenly as they came, they went away. So what the hell was going on? Let's just now presume it's aliens, okay? Hypothetically, this was aliens visiting 1947, okay? It's not hard to understand or hard to believe given all the evidence. So why did they go away just as quickly?
Maybe they got hungry.
I thought that was really stupid, wasn't it?
No, I'm talking about resources here. No, not stupid. I'm talking about resources. They're going to run out of supplies like everybody and have to return.
Oh my God, come on, even Star Trek can make up a replicator. They're not going to run out of food, are they?
Well, you don't know.
They can always have a sandwich and carry on.
It's not like they can come on the planet and mine what they need, right? Without being detected. I don't know. I think if you add up all the gold that's been mined on the planet so far, I think it only fills up a Olympic swimming pool. Doesn't sound much, does it? But yeah, it's taken all those centuries to dig that much gold out the ground. But there was, the Illuminati. It was not Illuminati. What is that called? Anunnaki. Weren't they meant to be?
Anunnaki. Oh, weren't
they meant to be the so-called?
I see it all the time.
Weren't they the ones that got
Um,
the humans being slaves to dig up the gold because they actually consumed the gold because they needed to eat it? Wasn't it some sort of strange story that ancient aliens blab about there? I'm not sure where they got the information from.
I think you know what I think of ancient aliens.
So who's the debunker now?
Oh, come on, I'm not that stupid. I
A
just
steady
think UFOs
decrease in
are
activity and
reality,
sightings of
Paul.
silver disc-shaped crafts would continue throughout the remainder of August.
Yeah.
They would, however, begin to decrease in their regularity. By the time September was unfolding, the sightings, or at least the reports of them, had stopped being a daily occurrence. As we will examine in future case study articles, however, the 1947 UFO wave, as active as that particular summer undoubtedly was, would prove to be merely a precursor to subsequent waves that would follow over the decades, particularly throughout the 50s and 60s.
Alright, so here we go. We got almost past halfway there. I'll read out the next bit.
The vast majority of the sightings during the summer of 1947 were for the most part exactly that, sightings of the crafts, from various distances, with little or no interaction. And while it very likely happened, the notion of alien abduction was one not yet lodged into the collective psyche as it would become over the upcoming years. However, such encounters did take place alongside the abundance of UFO sightings. And such interaction between the witnesses and the apparent occupants of these mysterious crafts in the skies of our planet perhaps offer us a little insight into the mindset of the intelligence of these futuristic vehicles.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, if people out there are new to the channel and you want to talk about your UFO and alien experience, by all means join our Discord UFO group. You can find the links.
Yeah, absolutely. And if anyone's got anything to say of substance, and you've trusted, just share it with us, and we'll look at it.
Yeah, you can give a brief description in the side chat if you want to, but yeah, as I was saying, the About tab, we've got links to our social pages that you can join, groups. We've got Discord. Now, Discord is better because it's not spied on by Facebook, but we have got a Facebook group as well.
Paul, get it right. It's called Spybook.
Or was that internet? What's that show called? IT Crowd. They called it Facebook or something. Not Facebook. What was it now?
I don't know. Faceless Bastards, maybe.
No. Shelley watched it and killed herself laughing, apparently. But
okay.
what was it called?
Yeah,
Friend Face. Friend Face. They called it. Oh, that's hilarious. Where the guy gets hooked on kook, not coke, but kook. He says, no, I don't suffer from subliminal advertising. It's a really good show. Anyway.
Yeah, the only thing with that is it's a pretty silly thing to say because subliminal is just what it is. It has an effect that you don't actually realise until you go out and buy the product. Do you know what I mean? And then you suddenly think, ooh,
yeah,
why did I buy this?
They tried to make a US version of it, and it didn't actually work. I don't think they did one pilot. The English was far superior and funnier. But
Cool.
Yeah. The guy said, no, I don't want to join Facebook, social media, that's just rubbish. And then she said, oh, all the girls in such and such department are on it, and suddenly the guys are logging on and creating accounts so they can talk to the girls that they fancy in the other department. It's quite a funny episode if you've not seen the series, but
Right.
it's good if you need a laugh.
1947 occupant encounters. Not all of the sightings were from afar, then. For example, a letter from a resident in early July 1947 appeared in the Nashville Tennessean. In it, he would claim to have witnessed a flying saucer land in a field next to the road he was driving along. Furthermore, two strange figures, all heads and arms and legs, and glowing like fireflies, emerged from the strange craft. The witness claimed they attempted to communicate with him through some kind of sign language, and then re-entered their craft and left. Another strange encounter occurred on the evening of the 7th of July in Tacoma, Washington. Several residents of a neighborhood in the region claimed several discs were visible over the area, with one even landing on the roof of a neighbor's house. After this, several little people emerged from the craft. Even more bizarre, these little people would vanish whenever reporters would approach. This is an interesting detail. We have examined several cases that revolve around the claim of invisible aliens. And furthermore, it also suggests a distinct and clear desire to keep their presence largely unreported. At least proof of it.
Yeah.
Well, okay. I think we're pretty much done with this article, aren't we?
Yeah. Here's one to stir up, Rob. Maybe the aliens had to leave because they ran out of element 115 for the engines.
That's bang out of order.
Yeah, come on, you know they got element 115.
Yeah, but humans have got element 118.
No, 120, I think it is, isn't it?
I think it's 118. I had a look at the 2019 periodic table, and I found I found 118.
I think 120 was achieved this year. I did that article last Sunday or the Sunday before.
Yeah, you're more on the ball with that kind of stuff than I am, so I'm not going to doubt you for a second on that.
They said there was going to be trouble going over 120, though. So you reckon we don't read out any more of the article here, or what? Oh, there we go.
Let's have a look.
That looks like the goblin creatures without the big ears.
You know, the reading time of this article, was actually 28 minutes. And somehow we've managed to make it last 2 hours.
But we do keep interrupting it.
Of course we do. And it's always good to have comment on every paragraph, yeah.
Makes it a bit more interesting, I think. But you can see here the subsequent. Remember, I said it would be nice to get 1900 for Xmas Day, and guess what happened? Xmas Day we hit 1900. But at the moment, there's a problem with Google. They're doing some updates, and the stats are not quite right. And this number is actually up to 1930 something. But we have to see if that ever comes back, because Google has the habit of unsubbing people once they're subbed. So yeah. So where you want to go from? You want to go on to the next subtopic or what?
Yeah. Hey, just finish the article off because
let's see.
There's something to what happened in 1947. There's no question in my mind.
There's quite a lot here still.
So, yeah.
I think 28 minutes sounds like a fast reader, though. He would estimate the disk. Oh, well, we'll just read it a chunk down to here then. Got the head in. Doesn't matter.
He would estimate the disk was approximately 150 feet in width and around 15 feet high. Despite it being crossed by tubes in several directions, there was no smoke or flames, at least that was visible. The grey-white metal appeared as though from one piece of material. Even more unbelievably, 3 7-foot alien beings would emerge from the craft. Each had on a transparent outfit that was similar to a plastic bag. Each carried a metal box on their backs that appeared as though attached to the transparent suit. Under this bizarre see-through outer garment, each wore pants, shirts, and sandals. However, these clothes appeared to be made from some brilliant colored paper as opposed to cloth. Their hairless heads appeared a little too large for their frame, as did their eyes for their face. Similarly, the legs were also out of proportion to the smaller size of their torsos. As he continued
That
to
one
watch the
looks like
trio,
Rob.
one of them pointed a metallic stick toward him. An almost alien abduction. Moments later, they had
See, look.
surrounded him in a
Stop
triangular
it.
There you go,
formation.
look.
The one with the stick, which appeared to be from the same material as the craft's exterior,
My
would motion
God,
with it for
Stu.
him to walk toward the door of the object. All the while, he could hear them talking to each other, although he didn't understand anything that was said, or what language they might be speaking. He did as they asked and cautiously made his way to the craft's entrance. However, he would only have a limited view, mainly of other doors and tubes. At this point, Higgins stopped and asked where he would be going if he entered the craft. They appeared to understand his concerns and responded by using the stick to draw a large circle with a spot in the center and 7 circles around it. They would then point to the sky, their craft, and them to one of the circles on the ground. Not wishing to go with the strange entities, Higgins reached into his wallet and walked toward the one with the stick. He showed a picture of his wife and claimed he wished to go and get her so she could come with them also. As they didn't appear to make any attempts to stop him, calmly as he could, he made his way into the woodland nearby. Once out of sight, he found a discreet place where he would remain hidden but could still watch the strange activities of the 3 strange aliens. After around half an hour, they would re-enter their craft, which then took off into the air. As it disappeared, a strange whistling sound was audible. One intriguing detail he did notice, aside from their pale skin, was they appeared extremely uncomfortable in the direct sunlight. Interactions and recovered alien beings.
Demons.
Yeah, okay. Do you know what, Paul? I'm going to pull you up there for laughing. Stop it. It's not working, is it? Okay, listen. I'll tell you something now. If you listen to anybody's abduction experience, none of it ever makes any kind of sense. It's always bizarre, and the experience himself does not have an explanation for what's happened. So, sure, I don't think we can just put it to bed as sounding stupid and silly. Let's move on. I don't think we can do that. That's unfair.
But people might say, if aliens of advanced technology can come here from great distances, why can't they have full spectrum or thermal imaging to detect someone hiding in the shrubs looking at them?
Okay, Paul. Yeah, you're asking logical questions to an illogical phenomena. You're trying to put it. You're trying to put it into a category, and you're struggling to do it. So if you can't, this is typical skeptic. You see, they'll try and put it into a certain box that they recognise, but sometimes you can't identify what box that should go into. So then you just write it off as bullshit. And I don't think we can do that.
No, I wasn't saying write it off, but I'm saying there are some questions to be answered there still. As how he could hide and not be detected. Now, if you have a listen to Mojo's story where they actually knew he was there the whole time, even though he was hiding in the bushes filming him. He said they made sure he never got too close to the action. So he had a praying mantis fly up to him and check him out basically, and then flew away before he had time to get his camera out the backpack as he was crossing the stream heading towards where all the lights were in the forest. So
I'm not convinced these guys want to be captured, you know.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure they may have known he was there the whole time but didn't really care, you know, is what I'm saying to that. But yeah, when I chuckle, I'm just thinking about things, that's all. It's not necessarily the evil debunker.
No, I know that.
But I know as soon as I bring it up, I will be beaten up by Rob.
Nah.
But yeah, I think the evil debunkers are going to be someone like Dunnan or Phil Class, or whatever his name was.
Phil Class, well, Phil Class goes down in history as a complete buffoon.
And James
not
Oberg.
just that, he was an evil man. You know, he destroyed a lot of people's careers.
And then your favourite, James Oberg. Now, I laugh because I've seen Rob actually literally fight the guy on comments on my channel. And you called him all sorts of names as well, didn't you? You went out of control.
Well, yeah, but in all fairness, Paul, he was trying to convince me that UFOs were not real. And it makes you wonder why somebody of his standing, a NASA guy, was looking in on our little channel and pulling me up because of some of the content that we had. Yeah, and absolutely trying to convince me 100% that UFOs were not real. And he was using every technical explanation in the book to convince me.
To be fair,
that makes me very suspect.
To be fair, I'm world famous. You know, you've heard of the term New Zealand. What's it? LMP is world famous because everybody knows about LMP in New Zealand, which is a kind of like a lemon drink, which is different to any other lemon drink. But I don't think he actually watched the episode it was on. It was actually the one that was covering the STS-48, where I actually went through the whole thing with my analysis, and I was disappointed to see the conclusion myself, but I went through it and just followed the evidence, and basically I even put stuff of his in the episode, his debunks and the facts that he's really factual. He actually wrote lots and lots of pages on the STS-48 thing, and he had a lot of talking about the thrusters and what time they fired, and I used all that in my analysis to match up with the video, and sure enough, I had to give him the thumbs up there, but he didn't watch it, so he come along and started posting, here's
Paul, do you remember what upset James Oberg? Do you remember what upset him in the first place?
Well, I'm just trying to explain how he got there.
Why he clicked onto us?
It's because
I can tell you why.
Because it had the NASA in the title, and it had the one that he actually wrote this big PDF on, and he actually posted a comment saying, "Oh, here's the PDF," but he obviously didn't watch the episode because I already had the PDF because I put it in the video. You see what I mean?
Hey, listen. He heard it all. I remember every little sentence of that argument, and I'll tell you what proper pissed him off, because we brought up Gary McKinnon. He was the guy that hacked into a NASA website.
Yeah. Not only
found
that,
the UFO.
He was talking about the NASA lady talking about airbrushing, how she was
Donna Hare.
Heavy pot smoker, I think he said.
Yeah, that's right. So he tried to debunk them in every way he could, and he got quite low. He started attacking their personal life. And that's what a debunker does. When you can't attack the data, attack the person.
But I think he was trying to say there that she was easy to be pranked. And that was...
Yeah. And I tell you what, all he was doing was making a bad situation a lot worse.
Yeah, I didn't agree with
why would the guy, who built the space shuttle, be watching our little channel, and telling us we're all wrong? Why would he even bother, Paul? Come on, answer that question. Why would he even bother looking in us?
Yeah, I don't know. I think that was on another video which I posted on the other one, which he went to, started commenting on, didn't he? Anyway, I can't remember how it's.
Oh, fair play. Shelley's onto it. I actually said to him, Shelley, like, I think you've ate all the pies, mate, because the guy's a bit chubby, by the way.
Yeah, but yeah, and then I told.
I do not like him. I do not like the guy.
You can find the comments on their videos anyway if you want to go and search them out.
Yeah, it was live stream 60 something, I don't know. But you got quite upset with me.
Oh yeah, because you're calling them names and things, Teletubby or whatever.
Yeah, well,
yeah, but I think he's allowed to have his say, but in the end I asked...
No. But in the end, it became a little bit too much, Paul.
But the thing is, I wanted to prove it was really him and not someone taking his identity and sort of personating him.
No. Did you see his grammar?
Yeah, it was spotless.
That was no bloody idiot from ST10. I can tell you that now.
Yeah, no. His I did try and check out his email and stuff, but he never really answered me on the emails, which was really strange. But anyway, I tried to get him to come on the show and talk about UFOs because I was going to ask him some tricky questions. And
yeah, I bet that met with a blank.
Yeah, he didn't want to do that. He kept making excuses that he wasn't really into technology and.
Oh, so he actually responded to you?
Oh yeah. He said, "Oh, I don't know. He says,
so you're saying it wasn't him, and it was a fake profile?
Yeah,
no, of course
he didn't know how to use chat programs. But mind you, there's a lot of people out there in his age group that don't. So it's possible.
Okay,
but
he designed the space shuttle, but he doesn't know anything about social media.
No, but then you can.
Honest, Paul. Honest.
Hang on. But my father's exactly the same. He's a genius at electronics and what's in chips and all that. But he can't work a smartphone to save his life. This is the kind of generation now. My dad's in the 80s now, but Oberg is a bit younger than that.
Well, yeah, James Oberg is maybe 10 years older than us, Paul, and he's still on the ball. He would have had no problem. He found us. He had no problem communicating then.
Yeah, I think if you ever seen him on news channels, it's done by like a TV network. It's never by Skype or anything. You never see him on Skype or anything. You always see him on Russian TV or documentary clip. You never see him.
I've seen some of his debunks, and they're pretty much on the Philip class level,
He's pretty technical. I think he's got all the rocket launcher ones pinned, time and dates and all that sort of stuff.
But as I've always said, and I don't class you as a debunker, Paul. I class you as a skeptic. Okay, there's a big difference there. But all a debunker is a skilled con artist. And that, I will say it, if you're listening, Mr. Oberg, that is what you are.
I don't think he's
a skilled con artist.
I don't think he'd be listening because he hasn't got enough time to fart, learn anything else.
Well, I'll tell you what, yeah, he managed to find the time that day, didn't he?
Yeah, but it's quite easy just to post a couple of comments and run. But
and I think you hit a good point there. No, that wasn't a couple of comments, Paul. That went over 2 days of arguing.
That's only because of you.
Well, hold on.
Hang on,
why couldn't he lose? He couldn't lose, could he?
No, because it's his opinion, I suppose. Like, it's our opinion. But he's got to be more factual,
Oh my God, don't wind me up.
I think it was in this one here.
Oh.
SD848. We're just sidetracking a wee bit here. I'll just pause that there. Oberg. Now I wonder where it would be. Be one with 100 messages underneath it, wouldn't it? Unless he's come back and deleted everything. Was it on that one? I think it was. Alice.
Can you do that once you left the message on here? Can you actually go back? And yeah, you can, of course, yeah.
Yeah, you can. You can delete what you posted. Actually, I don't see it. Oh, there's got to be more messages.
No, well, you can't delete mine as well.
Okay, 12 replies. That's not many. 3 replies, 1 reply, 5 replies. I know it was quite huge. Let me just reload that page again.
Jesus, and the messages going in my inbox, in my email inbox, which is quite annoying after a while.
Yeah.
Hence I use some awful language in the end.
I'm pretty sure it was on that video. Has he been purged?
Well, you'd have to go back over it, because it was when we talked about Donaher, and we played Gavin McKinnon's video, his interview on Rich Planet.
Yeah. To me, I'm pretty sure that was the video it was on, and it's gone. I'll post that one there anyway. Maybe he's come back and deleted it all then. Or maybe Google's purged him. But it's kind of strange. Because it was on this one, I'm pretty sure. Was it the 78? No, it was on this one. Because I didn't really complete the 75 mission. It was definitely on there. And it was a root comment where he said, it had his name, and it said, you can get the PDF downloaded here, I'm pretty sure. But where's all our messages gone to? Has Google been purging lots of stuff?
Anyway, never mind.
It's now got me interested where the messages have all gone. Pretty sure.
Yeah, well, I'm telling you.
Pretty sure it was on that one.
Yeah, I don't know, but that was interesting.
Oh, you see here,
got involved.
You can see how many subscribers I got there, right? 1.93, yes. That doesn't match what's down here from the admin panel. It's so screwed up at the moment. I'm pretty sure it was on that one, and the comments has vanished.
Yeah, on both sides. Mine and his.
Yeah, our ones have disappeared as well. Have we been community striked because there was a bit of swearing in that section? Could have done. I'll see if I can find it anyway.
Yeah, okay. You do your best.
I won't do it now, but I'll do it later. But I'm pretty sure it was in that video.
Course.
I'll search for his name. Yeah.
But what a horrible guy he is.
Oh well.
I think he called Gavin McKinnon a pot-smoking idiot, delusional. Donaher was, oh my God, what did he call her? He said something along the lines of she claimed to be an abductee.
Yep.
And I'm thinking, hold on a minute. There's guys out there with PTSD, thanks to abduction experiences, and you're calling her that. You know, this guy had no sympathy. Not a nice person. James Oberg, not a nice person.
Righto. You've had your rant. Let's move on.
Yeah.
Another mystery to solve later.
Interactions and recovered alien beings. As the second wave of UFO sightings in 1947 continued, so did the bizarre encounters of apparent alien encounters. although many such incidents were unlikely recognized as such at the time. For example, an incident in Modesto, California a little after 10 p.m. on the evening of the 8th of August is quite possibly, if not likely, one of alien abduction. The witness, who was only 9 years old at the time, was awoken by his grandmother. There was a bright, blue light at the back of the house. When they went outside to investigate, both of them could see a disc-shaped object hanging overhead. Rings of multicolored lights spun around underneath. However, the next thing he knew, he was waking up once more. This time he was lying in the garden outside. However, the ground appeared ashen and dry. Even more bizarre, his skin felt as though he had a bad sunburn and he had blood oozing from a wound on his head.
Ouch.
Hmm.
Why would he have a wound on the head? Okay, we carry on.
Yeah.
Perhaps one of the most intriguing encounters of apparent UFO and alien interaction during the 1947 wave comes to us thanks to the late Jim Mars, who would tell of the encounter in his book Alien Agenda. According to Mars, on the 13th of August in the New Mexico desert, 6 Native Americans would happen upon a crippled, crashed craft. What's more, inside the craft was the apparent occupant and pilot. Although it was injured, it was still alive. With the approach of the United States military clearly audible in the distance, the Native Americans wrapped the creature up and discreetly made their way away from the site. According to the account, the creature would recover from its injuries. Furthermore, it would communicate with them through a crystal that would produce images. Incidents across the globe. Strange sightings and incidents were not limited to the United States at the time either. In early July 1947 in Zacatecas State in Mexico, for example, a rancher would claim to have discovered a landed metallic rocket-shaped object in the desert. Even stranger, when he peered inside this apparently cosmic vehicle, he could see 2 short humanoids dressed in silver-colored overalls. The rancher left the area immediately to report the strange craft. Upon returning, the object was gone.
Do you know what, Paul? Yeah, at this point, there's a lot of good stuff in that article, and now you've got this that makes it all the good stuff look bad.
Yeah.
Because no one's going to believe that.
No. Jim Mars, he's always been a bit suspect for me.
Oh my God, he's a conspiracy guy, isn't he?
Yeah, JFK and all that.
I used to enjoy listening to him live, even if I didn't believe half of what he was saying. He was still entertaining, you know?
I'm just doing a search on the comments, which you can't see. It was on the other screen. I think it was on this one it's come up with. I think he replied to your comment, which got you going. It's only got 6 replies today. Hang on. No, he's not on that one.
No. It was dozens of. It was a long exchange, you know.
Yeah, it was. I'm just searching on keyword for Oberg. He should be coming up. Oh, here we go. It was on the one called Live 51. UFOs and aliens.
Jesus, it was earlier than that.
Moon structures 1 year ago. Oh, that was about the airbrushing. So that's the one that he. But that he did actually comment on that 48 one where he gave the PDF, and that comment's vanished, which is kind of strange. So it's on 51. So I had to use the other screen to do a search because I couldn't do it on this one.
Okay, can I just pop to the loop while you do this?
Yeah. Come on, get over there. Hash 51 on airbrushing. Useless search. You'd think 51 would only be there, but we got all this coming up instead. There it is. It's on that list there. But why is it not at the top level? This thing's not very good. What playlist was it in? What's that playlist there? NASA Investigated. Okay, it's in there. Just go into that one. Pause it. So which one is it at the top? Oh, that's the one. There we go. That's the one. 51. Yep. Copy. Oberg. Since we brought him up. Comments. Live. So yeah, you come to watch this one, which is quite interesting. What did he say? It was something that Robert said, I think. So let's see. 63. Here we go. There it is. Donna O'Hare. So he read that comment from Robert. So this went out. This went crazy. So it's good to see that Google hasn't trashed it all. And here he is here. The reason I don't believe any of his stories. So where did that one come from? So here's the thing with 63 comments. Robert, are you still there or not?
Yeah, I've just got back, Paul.
It was on this one here, of all things, to do with...
And I actually done my best to reason with the guy, but he wasn't having it.
It's interesting you come to this one, maybe because of the heading, maybe because I had moon structures and anomalies. He probably answers all those ones with a comment. He was trolling all the NASA ones. So, and then he saw your comment down here. Donna, is it Donna here or Donna O'Hare? Like
Donna O'Hare, yeah.
Donna O'Hare claims her own job was as an illustrator and photographic slide technician, and in that capacity she witnessed the airbrushing of photographs, but makes no claim of doing it herself. I did say in live I believe she was confused what was being airbrushed out. Yeah, but fluid blobs will look like sources.
No, yeah, well, there we go. Here's conclusive evidence now. This is what James Oberg said. The reason I don't believe any of his stories, and he's talking about Gary McKinnon now, aside from not a shred of recorded evidence and his admission he was stoned most of the time. Now, you see how long this sentence is? Yeah? He is totally trying to convince me.
But where was...
the guy from McKinnon is lying.
But there was no mention of McKinnon here.
No, Paul, don't you remember during the live stream we played one whole hour of Gary McKinnon's interview?
Oh, right, did we?
On Richard Hall's
right.
interview with McKinnon.
Oh, right, I'd have to see the description. Did I add a description on this one? Oh, yeah, I did.
Yeah, do you know what? I'll leave this down the side chat now for people to look at, yeah? I'll have to find it on YouTube now. It won't take me long.
I didn't have anything about Gary McKinnon there, but maybe there was.
Oh, you did. That's who he's talking about, stoned.
But the guy had a few issues, didn't he?
Not really.
I can't remember. He had some condition, didn't he? I can't remember what it was called now.
Asperger's.
Oh, right, yeah. Which is exactly.
Well, it's a kind of It's a behavioural disorder. It is, Paul. It does not make you insane. It's okay. No, it's not. It's not a behavioural disorder. It's a kind of social disorder where you don't get on with people very well.
It's a bit like Tourette's.
I guess the only way you could explain it is to have it,
It's like Tourette's syndrome without the swearing, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay. I've just posted that down the side chat now. So if
yes.
anyone wants to have a look at that video, please do. I'd recommend you do, because he's a very interesting bloke. And yeah.
There we go.
And Mr. Oberg got quite cheesed off about us playing his interview.
Was James Oberg interview, was it? Or was it just McKinnon's interview?
No, Paul. It was Richard Hall interviewing Gary McKinnon on Bitch Planet.
I thought it was someone else, like MUFON.
Hell no.
Because we did play something.
Richard D. Hall. Oh, I know what I'm talking about.
We did do another live where we played something from MUFON as well, a new interview or something. We played a clip from it.
Yeah, I'm not talking about MUFON. I don't know where you got MUFON from.
Yeah, you can see he writes long comments. And
oh yeah, see, when someone does that, they put like all that stuff together. What they're trying to do is make you give up. Oh God, this guy's a bit cleverer than me. Maybe I should just shut my mouth. The only thing is, I don't go away.
I think he doesn't believe eyewitness accounts, which is a common thing for debunkers, right? Mick West.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Mick West, Class, probably. Who else? Brando.
Yeah.
Scott Brando. And that's where I differ, because if it's someone I know and trust and they say they saw a UFO hovering over their house, I believe them. Especially if it's like 500 or less meters away. They're not going to see that, are they? But these other guys will dismiss it, saying it was a optical illusion, or they were on drugs or something, you know. But yeah, you go and check out that episode anyway. See what it's all about. We did do some things on Gary McKinnon. He was actually quite an interesting thing that we did with him, wasn't he?
I mean, I'm not really sure if it was him that coined the phrase NASA, National Association of Space Actors. About the fake moon landings, and maybe that upset Mr. Oberg as well.
Here's one with McKinnon, almost 3.5 hours. What was that one talking about there? Dr. Greer was listed there. Oh, we've done so much, haven't we?
Going to be interested in the truth, are they?
Oh, here we go. Let's see. Back to Gary again, yes. So this one, I think we looked at other videos, wasn't it? Corey Good versus Gary McKinnon's Secret Space. What's made up and what looks credible. So we know the truth about Corey Good now, and
yes,
Gary McKinnon was way more credible. But I did propose.
Looking back at that now, looking at the Aztec UFO case, hoax ? I still believe there's something to the Aztec case. I think something happened there.
Well, I believe Gary McKinnon.
I really do.
I believe Gary McKinnon definitely stumbled across something, but whether he misunderstood something, like I said, back in those days, there were they had these like internet games of like Star Trek where they could modify the ship names and characters, and they may have been illegal. Right. We used to do that in our lunchtimes. We used to play it in lunchtimes, and you're not meant to do it on obviously business equipment, but they may have been doing that as a social thing and changed all the ship names to what he was saying in the list and stuff. So I proposed that as a possible explanation for what he saw. Whether it's true or not, I don't know. But no one else had suggested that theory. I think I was the only one that came up with that theory, so I was quite happy with it. But there may be some other.
Well,
yeah, carry on.
You were the only person, that came up with it, and just chuck it out there. Whether you believe it or not is another thing, but it's worth chucking it out there.
Whether someone can back that up, that comes from NASA and say, yeah, we did have a modified Star Trek game that we used to play, or someone should admit to it, but they don't want to get in trouble, right? So once they got found out, they probably purged it so they didn't get sacked, right? You could see how it would go down, right, back in those days. So basically what they saw was him controlling a terminal, and it was bringing up the picture on the screen when they saw it happening, and they pulled the plug on it. So he couldn't actually get the screen capture of it. So that's how it sort of worked back then. It was all on dial-up, so, it took like... if I remember right, it took about 5 minutes to download like a 100k JPEG image on dial-up back in the old days. And there was another one here on Gary too, I think. I think he's been mentioned a few times. Because we keep going back over some stuff, don't we? When new information comes to light.
Yeah.
Let's see. No, not yet. Auto played, sucker.
It's just another thing now with Gary McKinnon. He believed man didn't go to the moon.
Right. Yeah. That sort of upset me.
Well, he wasn't positive about it, but he was wary of the claim that we went to the moon.
Right.
And that's another thing with Asperger's. Is they're always offbeat characters normally.
Right.
If you can call Asperger's normal, you can't really.
No.
So that they're inclined that way.
To be on conspiracy stuff.
Yeah, okay, but they're not inclined to tell lies.
Right. Yeah, I don't think he was lying. I'm just saying maybe he just misinterpreted what he saw. So they may have been modifying some of the ship images, and he was downloading it, and it looked like a flying saucer or whatever, But who knows? It's just a theory, and something that can either be debunked or proven correct by additional information later down the track. And you can say, oh, Paul mentioned something like that, and now it fits that someone's come out and said, it was... well, it makes sense, because NASA would have had simulation games, right, to... like...
It's our lonely little channel. Maybe one day someone will find that episode.
No, it'd be
and
purged.
Look at everything.
No, Google will
put it all together.
It would be nice to think someone watches our old stuff 1,000 years from now, and we sort of live on the internet. But I don't know if it will ever happen, because who's going to keep it going? Google purges you. If you haven't got it set, Google purges your account with no activity after 2 years. So if someone dies, you want to keep that channel.
Oh, good news! Good news, Paul. Mush's pups have agreed to keep the channel going long after we're dead.
I thought he had his thing cut off.
No, has he hell? He's a fully functional.
Well, so it'll be some of this fans will keep the episodes live forever. They'll pass it on to their great-grandchildren. Yeah, so even if you had your own hosting, right, so let's say Google trashes and purges, the Great Purge coming up in 2020, what we're left with alternative media, which is BitChute, which is a bit underpowered, and then we got BitTubers, which looks good, but they're trying to cram a lot of things into it. They're trying to make it into a Facebook/YouTube all in one thing. And then they want you to pay $30 a month if you want to upload big videos more than 3 hours long. Which is just stupid. So there's nothing really out there. So if you buy
I didn't know that.
But if you buy your own hosting, you probably could get quite a lot of terabytes of data where people can stream from it. Reasonably cheap, like $100 a month. And you could upload all your videos on that and stream to it and all that sort of stuff. It wouldn't be too hard to set up. But someone's got to fund it, right? It always comes down to fund. So PewDiePie and all those other ones, they're doing okay. They're still making their 50 grand, a million a year, $1 million a video sort of thing. Well, not that much, 100,000 a video or something ridiculous, but on ad money, they could easily run their own web servers forever. But who watches those guys? I never understood any of their stuff I watched. I just don't understand young kids today watching some guy play games and make stupid comments. But anyway, that's not my thing. So we got another link to go to move on the topic here? Or what?
Yeah. Now, this whole 1947 UFO wave is very interesting. You know, some of the stuff we heard there, you know, that's a bit of some of them were a bit of a struggle.
Yeah.
But I think there was a lot of good stuff thrown in.
Yeah.
But let's have a look at the reaction to this 1947 wave. And this is the reaction, which Project Sign.
Right.
And its findings were shocking.
Yes, I suppose we're probably going to have a few more Americans waking up soon too. Was it 4 a.m. now? So, let's see. Be 8 a.m.
Maybe we're going to have to do this at a different time, Paul. So,
well, really, you could do it my Sundays, couldn't you? Really?
Oh my God, that means starting at like 1 a.m. I can do it like I can go to 10 a.m. my time. I just don't want to be falling asleep, you know.
I think you just have to adjust to the time zones like I do, because I'm doing it in ridiculous hours here. There's no reason why you couldn't, as long as you ain't got your mates interrupting you.
There's absolutely, Paul. You're doing it for me now, so I can, yeah, that's reciprocal.
But
can be done.
Yeah, you just have to change your sleeping habits. I'm used to shift work, so I've had to adjust to various times. Unlike Tyler, that probably didn't have to do the hard yards and decided to put up some fake videos, and he took off from that point onwards, right, with his fake whistleblowers that people still believe are correct today, some of them. PewDiePie, yeah. I always get his name wrong. I don't even understand what it's meant to be based on. 9 a.m, yep. They'll be waking up on the East Coast there. Oh no, Central as well.
Central Texas, yeah.
And East Coast as well. They'll be, another hour ahead from that point? No, probably not that much. California is where most of the crazy people that into UFOs hang out, isn't it? Arizona, that side of it. Project Sign. So, is this part of 1947 still? Or?
Well, yeah. This was the reaction to the 1947 wave of UFO sightings that the Air Force had to explain to the public what was going on.
Yeah. So where did we read it from? Introduction?
We haven't started, Paul.
Where do you want to start from then?
Well, okay. Just Project Sign and the estimate of the situation.
Yeah, I was going to read it out.
And just go from abstract and go from there.
I'll read that chunk then.
That's ideal.
Abstract. Upon becoming aware of the explosion of reports of anomalous aerial phenomena over the United States in the summer of 1947, the U.S. Air Force became alarmed and instituted emergency studies of the flying discs. Quickly, this task was delegated to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base's Intelligence Division, and in January 1948 became a formal Project Sign. Sign investigated the phenomenon for 7 months and decided that it was best explained by the extraterrestrial spacecraft hypothesis. An estimate was produced for the Pentagon giving reasons for this. Elements of very high rank in the Pentagon would not accept this, and their refusal led to a major debate on the Earth, which resulted in the ultimate breakup of the Project Sign team and the destruction of all, with perhaps one exception, copies of the document. This early confrontation set the tone for USAF behavior towards UFOs for the next 2 years and, after a brief respite in the era of Capt. Edward Ruppelt, until the complete cessation of the formal USAF project on the phenomenon in 1969. Introduction. Project Sign was the first official, formal investigative body concerned with the mystery of unidentified flying objects. It was a United States Air Force USAF intelligence activity located at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Dayton, Ohio. Its bureaucratic location was in Air Materiel Command's AMC Intelligence Division, referred to on the base as T2. It operated formally for about 1 year, the calendar year of 1948. During that year, Project Sign collected reports on a large number of cases, conducted some on-site investigations and many interviews, and attempted to analyze the UFO phenomenon in any way available. By the fall of 1948, the lead personnel of Sign decided that their investigations pointed to a conclusion. As was usually done for any intelligence analysis, they then composed what the military called an estimate of the situation, which they sent to their superiors in the Pentagon. Their conclusion: the flying disc phenomenon was caused by extraterrestrial agencies. This created a great stir in the Pentagon. Authorities there were unwilling to accept it. The fallout of this consternation resulted in a quashing of the document and a denial to the public that it had ever existed. This paper will attempt to detail the origins, nature, and functioning of Project Sign, as well as the reasons for the creation, quashing, and denial of the now famous estimate.
Yeah, so after approximately 2 years of study, they came to the conclusion that UFOs were real and probably of interplanetary origin. Very interesting, that, isn't it? Because that wasn't one kook on his own, Paul. That was several people. People from all walks, intelligence, scientists.
Yeah, but who?
But this, so you're going, yeah, but already.
Yeah, but who?
Put it all together and try and make some sense out of it.
No. Who verified this information?
Going on.
Yeah, who verified this information?
Let's have a look. Let's have a look at who ordered all copies of that document to be destroyed. It was General Vandenberg. But unfortunately for him, on its way up that chain of command, lots of people had seen this document, including Kehoe, including Hynek, including James E. MacDonald.
But we haven't seen the document. No one's actually got a copy of it.
No, but too many people have seen it for it not to be a genuine document. It's called a cover-up.
Yeah, so we got no source. Who actually put together the word in here? Was it this guy that's wrote the article? Was it Michael of this university here, Michigan?
Mm-hmm.
So where did he get the information from? Was it?
Well, I can tell you this now: to try and deny that document existed, is only going to end in tears.
I don't know. For a debunker, there's no, extraordinary claims need extraordinary evidence.
Oh, please don't call yourself that. You're a skeptic, not a debunker.
No, I'm saying a debunker. No.
I hate debunkers with a passion.
Debunkers would tear that apart. That's what I'm saying.
Well, no, they haven't been able to do that, have they? You find one article where Project Sign is torn apart. Please be my guest. Go for it.
Maybe I haven't done any searches.
And I'll apologise. I'll apologise to you. If you can find any evidence
let's do a quick
that
search.
document did not exist at one time.
What was the name of the document?
Project Sign, the estimate of the situation.
Well, we could do this Project Sign debunked. How about that for starters?
Okay.
Let's see what comes up.
Yeah.
And what do we got? Did 300 scientists declare climate change a hoax? What's that got to do with it?
Okay. So already you're in big trouble because it's not coming up.
This is Google for you, though.
No, it's not. Don't blame it on Google.
But it's talking about climate change with all things. Xmas of design.
No, climate change is bullshit.
Maybe you have to put
the
UFO.
Project Sign is not.
Have I spelled it right, or have I done something wrong?
No, you didn't. You done that fine. But just type in after it.
UFO. That's what I've done here.
Okay. The estimate of the situation.
Hi Nick, let's go up. I think we may have to put debunked in quotes as well. Narrow it down. You got to use these events.
Paul, you're playing a loser's game.
Only because you've been trying to search for it before the show. Like I said, I haven't researched into it. Rejected and debunked. What's that one there? UFO briefing document. Amazon.
Go for
it. Coverage in the newspapers and magazines except to be rejected and debunked. It's in French though. Debunked and ridiculed. What's that one?
Paul, do you know what debunkers do when they can't argue a case? They ignore it. They pretend it didn't exist. Project Sign and the estimate of the situation. There you go.
That's what we're looking at, isn't it?
Yeah, I know. But you don't want to open it up because you're afraid of what you might see.
No, but that's the one we're looking at already on that tab. There's a different colour.
Yeah.
There's a different colour.
Okay.
So it must be a grunge report that allegedly debunked UFOs. So that's where that key phrase has come up. Personal. In its Condon report. So there's that word again.
The Condon, yeah, careful. The Condon report was that was started in 1965, and it was basically designed. 1967, sorry, and it was basically designed to shut down Project Blue Book, which is successful. And if you look at the Condon report in detail, you'll see that it's absolutely full of crap. It was just a debunking exercise.
Yeah, so nothing's really come up. So we'll move on. Because we don't want to drag it out. So we want to read out the next bit here, I guess.
Yeah, I love the bit where you can contradict me on this, and tell me, that didn't happen.
It's got a little flow chart there. We'll read down to that part there, I guess. Oops.
Yeah.
Gone too far now. Here we go. I thought I had it selected before. I did, I think. Now I'm having trouble. So who we got down the side there? Still
the summer of 1947, the June 24th, 1947, sighting of 9 discs near Mount Rainier, Washington, by Idaho businessman Kenneth Arnold started a flurry of reports that began the modern era of UFO sightings. At first, the military did not take these reports too seriously, but they changed their minds considerably in about 1 week's time. This change of attitude was due to the continued stream of disc reports, many by their own pilots and personnel. In fact, the first week of July 1947 had created considerable excitement within the offices of the Pentagon, with the Air Force Directorate of Intelligence scrambling to make sense of these mysterious overflights and enlisting the aid of air bases, other services, and the FBI. Fitch, 1947. General George MacDonald was Director of Intelligence for Chief of Staff General Carl Spaatz, but he and Spaatz seemingly played no role in this story. The real energy at the top of the Air Force's command seems to have been Spaatz's junior executive and incoming replacement, General H.O. Whitey Vandenberg. MacDonald, too, seemed to be slipping toward retirement, as well as his World War II mentor and friend, and much of the action at the Directorate was handled by his executive officer, Brig. General George Shulgin. MacDonald and Shulgin presided over the Directorate when it was adjusting to post-war changes and the newness of the Air Force itself, soon to achieve formal independence from the Army. The Directorate had several divisions, of which two played major roles regarding UFOs. One, the primary offices at the Pentagon involved those of the Directorate of Intelligence, AFOI, and certain locations in the two other divisions, the Air Force Office of Intelligence Requirements, AFWA, and the Air Force Office of Air Intelligence, AFOI. The former had more of a service function, and included the important collections branch, AFWA. In this office we find the executive officer, Col. Robert Taylor, and his right-hand man and chief collector of UFO information, Lieutenant Col. George D. Garrett. Acting Chief Garrett would stay in this position at least to the end of 1949. He would be a veteran source of continuity through this early UFO era, and a person in sympathy with the idea that the flying discs were real, technological objects. AFWA seems to have been a source of individuals sympathetic to taking UFOs seriously, as it included not only Garrett and Taylor, but Col. Frank Dunn in the main office, who would become Captain Drew Pelt's open-minded superior at Wright-Patterson, and Col. Then Major W. A. Adams of the Documents and Dissemination Office, who as Major Dew found its boss in the Pentagon, would become a strong proponent of the extraterrestrial hypothesis in 1952. Fownet was the Pentagon's chief UFO officer in 1952.
Yep.
Okay. So, you can see now, or any logical person would see at this stage, that there's actually something going on here. And they don't have an explanation for it, and they were trying desperately to explain it away.
Yeah.
I think the evidence for my statement there is overwhelming.
Got a flowchart. What's that about?
Yeah, that's the chain of command.
Mm-hmm.
So when it reached Vandenberg, that's when he ordered all copies to be destroyed, because he didn't like their conclusion.
Yeah. They're demons, not aliens. Was he religious by any chance? Do you know?
Jesus, that's a fairly good point. I never really thought of looking into that. Because, that could have destroyed his belief structure, couldn't it?
Well,
My God.
Apparently, that's what happened at ATIP. If Lewis is not being
always if it's to be believed, yes.
Well, I think some of the stuff he may be like an unknown disinformation agent, right? You may think he might be a disinformation agent still working with the government, but he might have been used like a sock puppet, but not really knowing what was happening. So always give it a benefit of the doubt there. I can't say that he is still part of the CIA or not, or he actually believes in what he does, because he's managed to pull the wool over a lot of people's eyes that believe in him for some reason. I suppose you got to meet him. We're looking at it from afar and reading everybody's comments about it all. But that one on Martin Willis' show about him being still working for the government and actually feeding lies to us on the UFO side of things.
Yeah. Hold on a minute, Paul. Yeah, you're associating a known fraud with a good case. Don't do that. That's bang out of order.
Hang on, no.
Because what you're trying to do there is make a bad case, and you're turning it into that is a poor trick, that, Paul. I'm not impressed with that.
No.
Because those two cases should not be associated together.
Are you saying Lewis is what?
A
bad case.
Oh.
Are you saying Lewis Elizondo?
Do you want my opinions on those guys? I don't think much of them, to be honest.
No, but
but you see, you
no.
You've brought TTSA into it. You've brought another guy off Martin Willis into it.
No.
Yeah, but what we're actually talking about, Paul, is Project Sign and the 1947 plot.
No. You're misinterpreting what I'm saying. I'm saying, can we trust Lewis not to be still working for the government? A lot of people out there believe he still is, and he's been a disinformation agent. But one of the claims he made was the project.
I believe that's a possibility.
The project got shut down because the top of the pack here was a religious guy that said there's no such thing as aliens, they're all demons, so there's no need to study it. And I'm just wondering if he had religious beliefs, Catholic beliefs, or the Christian beliefs. Which one is it now? Both of them probably believe it's demons, not aliens.
More names that you involve, that the more fraudulent people you bring up, it kind of then leaves a shadow on what we're talking about now. So,
but I think religious beliefs has a lot maybe to do with this, especially back
Paul,
then.
I think you're right, and you brought up an interesting point there. Why did Vandenberg dismiss it as quickly as he did? Maybe he did have religious beliefs, and he couldn't accept the fact that there was something out there.
Yeah, because it contradicted his belief system. Have I got the right name here?
Try typing in General Vandenberg. Oh, just copy and paste that. Hoyt Vandenberg.
No, that's a graphics. I can't. General.
Yeah, Hoyt Vandenberg.
Doesn't say that. It might say on the wiki
There
page.
you go, pal.
So that's what he looks like. He looks a bit like Reagan from that pose. So does it say anything about his religion? Early in life, military career. You can probably tell by the school he was educated in, right? If it talks about his school. If it's a Catholic...
You can tell a lot from that kind of thing, yeah.
Catholic school or whatever.
But we've skipped here.
Skipped? What do you mean?
We need to go back to his origin.
Yeah. I don't think it says much.
Well, let's just go right to the top. If we're going to sort this out, let's go right to the top.
I don't think it has the information that we're after, but anyway, it might be here.
Let's see what he was about. We'll just look down the right-hand side here now.
Was born in Milwaukee, son of Pearl Kane and William Collins Vandenberg, which is a German name, right? So are they Jewish immigrants or what? He grew up in Massachusetts, spending his tiniest years there. Well, he was one of the first Eagle Scouts and the Boy Scouts of America's.
All right. So he was a military guy from day one.
He graduated from the United States Military, and was commissioned a second lieutenant in the United States Army. So it's a military school.
Yeah. Okay, that doesn't mean to say he never had religious beliefs, but it's all pointing to one thing now.
Yeah.
Isn't it, so far? He's a military guy through and through.
Yeah.
So he would have seen that cover as a duty.
Okay. Yeah, it doesn't mention anything about the parents' beliefs or anything, does it?
No, it doesn't know. But let's keep going. We can't just pick out little pieces. Anyone can look at that.
Okay,
Anyone who's viewing can look at that.
It might say further down here on the search page, but so far religious is crossed out, so maybe put it in quotes. What's that say there? Various educational and religious organisations. Looks like it's got clipped off. So there, the Air Force Base was named after him, I guess.
Yeah, it's Vandenberg. It's in California, I believe.
Nothing's popping out here. It's talking about other religious stuff associated with the locations. But yeah, I don't think we're going to find out. Maybe they didn't know.
No, but it's a nice try to see if he did have any religious beliefs. But I think it was a more military thing. And the Air Force was really struggling, Paul, at the time to explain away all this stuff, you know.
Yeah.
And the best thing was to destroy every copy. And Vandenberg was doing what he thought was best at the time.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. Also, maybe it branched off into a separate, what do you call it? That's not part of the government. That's separate to the government on the UFO side of things.
You mean like the military-industrial complex? Is that what you're talking about again?
Yeah, so
that didn't really exist that early, you know, Paul. I think that really began in the late 50s with, remember Eisenhower's parting speech?
Eisenhower come after this guy?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. This guy may still be going then.
Yeah.
But I think most of his term was during Truman's presidency, you know.
So it might have been formed after this incident where he destroyed the copies, right? And someone thought, we need to make a separate entity where the military don't control it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And of course, all this might have been precursor to a so-called MJ12 that's meant to exist.
Yeah, but you see now that this is this is messing up the whole thing now. The MJ12 papers were almost certainly fake. A damn good fake.
Yeah, even though
Stanton Freeman... You can't mix it up with this.
Even though Stanton Freeman said that they were legit.
Do you know, nobody can say 100% that all the MJ12 papers were fake. No one can say that 100%.
Mm-hmm.
But I would go 90% that they were, just based on the weight of evidence.
Well, who were the 12 minutes? Is that where you got your suspicions? Didn't it have
do you know what?
They had Hynek there, didn't it? In the list, Hynek was one of the 12.
No, Hynek was never included. Vandenberg was, though. On the other hand, yes. Have a look at MJ12 members. Do you know what? That'd be fun.
I clicked on it. What's going on here? Hope we're not getting a slowdown happening. MJ12 members. Obviously, it's 12 people, right? Let's see.
Majestic 12, yeah. or Magic 12,
Yeah, it's got
or
this.
MJ12, call it what you like.
Mm. Oh, the font's very small.
But yeah, let's have a look at the members.
Has it got the member list? My eyes are a wee bit blurry, damn it. Is it actually
No problem, Paul.
I don't think it's got a list.
Take time with it.
Oh, here we go.
There we go.
Alleged members. Do I know any of them? Not really.
Yeah, it was a mixture of science, intelligence, military generals. Forrestal, we all know about him, don't we?
So maybe he was part of this MJ12 at the time he squashed it.
But there's one name here that doesn't fit with the rest. Can you pick it out, Paul? Go on. Try and find a debunker out of those 12. A big UFO debunker out of those 12.
He seems to stick out to me, this one. What was he?
No, Forrestal, not at all. No, he did a fantastic military career. He was head of the defence system, whatever it's called in the States. But no, the debunker, I won't tease you any longer, was mental.
Yeah, I've got him up. I was heading over that one. And it doesn't say that he's a debunker on that blurb there, though. Yeah, but yeah, I remember now. Yeah, we talked about him a couple of lives back, didn't we? What was the case that we were talking about?
I'm not entirely sure. We did talk about mental, you know.
I think it was the helicopter one. Was it the helicopter one?
Oh, hell yeah, he had something to say on that, didn't he?
Yeah, I can't remember. I think it was the helicopter one talking about that was some optical illusion to do with planets or something, wasn't it? Well, I can't remember now. It's only so much my brain can handle. But yeah, you can see these topics get really complex. So yeah. I suppose we could post a link there if people want to actually have a look at that list. We ain't exactly got many people watching us tonight, which is a bit of a shame.
It doesn't matter. But people will watch later, Paul, so we're still going to keep it going.
Oh, yeah.
Menzel. Bent over backwards. A bit like an Oberg, a bit like a Philip class. To destroy what they believed as a UFO myth. And that makes you wonder, doesn't it? Why someone would go to those extremes.
Well, to
debunk something that doesn't even exist.
Well, let's say that he was actually in where was that chart disappeared to? In MJ12 at the time. That's why he squashed the memo. This guy here, Vanderberg. So, if you could say MJ12 was actually correct and actually was functional even at this time, and he saw that memo saying aliens are real, straight away he squashed it and used maybe moved the material to that new organisation.
What he couldn't destroy was people's memories of seeing that document.
So I don't think we need to read
including
out
Hynek.
I don't think there's anything else on this page we need to read out, is it? We need to move on, really. On to the next topic. What's the next topic? Anyway?
Yeah. Sure.
3 hours. Recording over 3 hours now. I had Val commenting on Discord here, talking about Tyler and NPL and all that sort of stuff, discussing the merits of it. But I said to him, well, if you've seen Darren Brown use NPL, how he can interrupt people's thinking by clicking his fingers where they're looking for memory recall, there is something to it. So yeah, he agreed. Yeah, they used it for years, and it was. But yeah, I'm going to talk more of that next Sunday anyway. So what we looking at? We're looking at the next thing, aren't we? That's my link. We'll just move it on. What was the? Oh yeah, I was today finding the list. Where is it? The list that we had.
Don't forget 1947.
So we looked at Rhodes. So we're moving on to the flying Dorito, England, are we? On to the next one.
Yeah.
Oh, crikey!
As much as I'd like to believe this.
Do you know how long these ones are going to take? Because it's really 4:40. I just noticed the time here.
Hey, pal, don't worry. We'll do this case and we'll.
Oh no, it's all right.
You can have some sleep then.
That's all right. You know how you go in 15-minute cycles, you get tired and then you wake up again. It's like doing graveyard shifts. Where's the copy link? Here it is. I tell you, I'm going a bit batty at the moment. Yeah, we've done a lot of talking tonight, haven't we? But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. That's all good. Mysterious Universe. The Flying Dorito. So, this is what I got for that case. Is that what it looks like?
Yeah.
So I'm not even sure what a Dorito is. I suppose it's Mexican.
Oh, they sell them in the UK. You can get them in any corn shop. A Dorito is a triangle snack.
Oh, I've never ever seen them in New Zealand. Dorito. See that? Looks like it's company name, is it? Doritos. No.
Maybe if you typed it into Google Images, you'd have got better results.
Have I spelled it wrong? Dorito?
No, you were
Dorito?
fine there.
No,
you were fine. Just put it into Images and you'll get there.
Okay. Hey, there we go. That's what it is. We call them corn chips here. But I don't think they were a triangle shape, but they might be. I'm not sure it's called Doritos here, but it's not the sort of thing we eat in our house. We eat chips or some other rubbish. There's always a lot of options on junk food. It's making me hungry looking at that now.
Stop it now.
I know, it's almost breakfast time.
I even knew the sandwich today, to be honest.
Oh dear. So we want to look at Mystery Flying Dorito. That sounds like a TR3B, just another name for TR3B, right?
Yeah. Well,
it's not going to select. That's one of these ones.
I think you're going to be happy with this case, Paul, because I think you will successfully debunk this.
Probably, but anyway, it won't let me select the last character. We'll just
it doesn't matter.
Just
play it.
I just think we're going to have trouble with this site.
Mysterious flying Dorito UFO appears again over wrong.
That sounds like a Nick Pope thing, this one. Oh no, it's not starting with S and ended in B, is it? A solar balloon. A solar balloon. Straight away I saw an image further down, looked like a solar balloon.
It was a really strange looking thing to see, and having served in the RAF I know that this was no current operational aircraft or drone. Darren Edwards sat down while walking his dog at about 7:30 AM on Shropshire's Wrekin. Let's take a moment to compliment the British on having the best names for hills in the world when he spotted an unidentifiable flying triangle that looked just like the so-called flying Doritos that have been reported in this area over the past decade. He managed to take some photographs of the UFO before it disappeared. Had the flying Doritos returned? Do aliens have an endorsement deal with the makers of Doritos? Does the military? Can I get one for reporting the story? The first report of a flying triangle in this area occurred in November 2007 in Dudley, a town in the West Midlands conurbation of England, in an area often referred to as the Black Country because of its heavy concentration of industry and coal mining. The triangle was called in to police by numerous witnesses, some who took pre-cell phone photographs.
Is that one of the original pictures there?
I believe it is.
My gut instinct, that is solar triangle balloon. That one. But normally you need to see a video of how it's moving in the sky, like if it's spinning around.
Yeah.
You know.
But it's amazing that all these things are seen over what they call Black Country, and it just explained it there for you nicely. It was heavy industry, you know, coal and oh god, they're knocking the door, Paul.
Right.
2 seconds, mate.
Yeah, to me though, it looks like a solar balloon, but whether there's
no evidence of exhaust there, though, is there?
No. Has someone got the key to your house? Solar balloon. Oh, we'll just type solar balloon in. And we get all the shapes. And I'm pretty sure they would have been around that one there. Probably have to narrow it down a bit. So like this one here. Made out of shopping bags, not shopping bags, rubbish bags. And when it's high up, it sort of looks like a TR3 beam. And there's another one there. They made it out of white material. Quite big. The sun heats it up normally. But that one there, there's obviously the sun reflecting off it. Look, there's actually a black flag, but it looks white. Can you see here? It's definitely black, but it looks like because of the sun reflecting off it.
Ah.
Yeah, so that's what I was thinking when I first saw that picture. If it's legit, was the solar balloon from underneath as it's floating across the sky. But yeah, often if it's a big air current, the triangle ones will spin, and you'd have to see a video of it, like that one there, right?
Yeah. Do you know what? I'm leaning. I'm not leaning towards ET, Paul, but I'm leaning towards this is something like a stealth aircraft, you know?
Yeah, it depends on the shape of it, right? If it's like a constant shape on the sides.
Mm-hmm.
But to me, I don't know. It's a bit hard to tell in the image. But it does look like
you need to keep going because this kind of repeats itself, you know?
Yeah. Well,
and over the same area. And what we really need to do is have a look at what Air Force bases were there.
Looks like it's a complicated one to highlight, actually, but we'll try that. Oh, have we got it all?
Okay. Yeah, let's go from there.
The shape reminded many of the snack chip or crisp Doritos, and the UFO became known as the Dudley Dorito, as did all future unidentified flying triangles over the area, of which there are many, starting in 2008. November 2010 was a popular time with at least 2 sightings of Dudley Doritos. Witness David Allen estimated the one he saw to be 4 or 5 times the size of a commercial airliner. What is this Dudley Dorito that keeps returning to Dudley? Latest witness Darren Edwards is baffled. It was moving towards me and made no sound, but having quickly checked on Google, it didn't match any military aircraft or UAV drones. It was so slow it almost hanged in the sky. It also seemed to change its shape slightly as it turned. While there is never any confirmation from the government or the military, the Dorito sounds like the infamous McDonnell Douglas General Dynamics A-12 Avenger II, which was proposed in 1983 and cancelled in 1991 due to cost overruns and delays. Since then, there have been reported sightings of flying triangles or lights that appear to be on a flying triangle, but no known military vehicles flying today match the flying Dorito shape. What the A-12 Avenger II was supposed to have looked like with the number of sightings of flying triangles, especially in the US and UK, a case can be made for a secret military aircraft. But why so many in and around Dudley? Wouldn't that make it easy to trace them to a nearby base? What about their strange behaviors and lack of sound? When there's that much mystery, It's easy to see why so many believe the Dudley Doritos are alien spacecrafts. Munch Mystery, a 2010 Dudley Dorito witness, agrees. We wondered if there were any other reports of a similar sighting, as we are both convinced that what we saw was either a spy plane being used by the military. If not, in my opinion, it is hardcore proof that it is an extraterrestrial spacecraft. What are the Dudley Doritos? Have I said it enough times to get an endorsement deal? Frito-Lay.
So you can see here they've used 157 trash bags. This is quite big. In fact, I think that one's a hot air balloon, right?
Okay.
I think it's got a little...
Do you know what, Paul? When I was looking through that article, I didn't pick up on it the way you did then.
Yeah, my mind works in different ways.
Works differently, doesn't it? Yes.
And you can see here the shapes of it looks very similar to underneath where they're photographing. Right. So you can see here, he mentioned it was changing shape, which these ones do change a wee bit of shape. They see how the wings. If it was wings, it's not quite straight edges. It's sort of bulging out one and slightly in the other one. But if you look at the picture, it looks very similar to that one. See how it's sort of the edge of it at the top there is sort of bent in, slightly changing shape, you know. But yeah, unless we had more photographs and video, we can't discount it completely. Of course, we can only follow the evidence. But yeah, we read all that after all. But yeah, it could be a stealth plane, of course, and they do have wings that do modify. Apparently, one of the B fighter stealth fighters, actually the wings do move in and change angle once they get up to speed and stuff. Let's see, B stealth fighter, stealth bomber or fighter, I'm not sure which one.
But you know, just reading between the lines, you know, so loads of these craft were seen. Wouldn't it be impossible to think that somebody was trying to morph what was actually happening at the time by launching a few balloons that were of a similar shape, and that just adds a whole lot of confusion.
That's possible. But here's an article from 2017 talking about future stealth morphin wing technology. So that one's flexing up and down. Well, that's it. Crazy. I wonder why it does that then. I actually can hear some feedback through your headset to your mic there. It's a wee bit in the distance, and it's a wee bit out of time because you're a few seconds behind. But it's not a big deal. I'm not sure if it'll come out. Right. But yeah, I know one of the stealth planes, like they got the wing, these square bits that pop out, can actually deform a wee bit to improve the flight profile. I don't think it was that one though. But yeah, this article is talking about the wings being moved on the drive or the war zone. Is actually quite a good article, credible source really on this sort of stuff. But yeah, we should move on. What's the next one that we're going to look at? We're going to look at more at this.
I tell you what. I don't know if you can type in the flying Dorito and go to Google Images, because there were several pictures, you know. One of them had a clearly visible exhaust signature.
This flying Dorito. Images that I had up first of all.
Damn it, that's not the one I'm looking for.
Let's have a look. Well, you can see the size of it here.
Sure.
I know you're a few seconds behind, but I'm just having a quick look. Visible exhaust, you reckon? Was it flying DeVito or DeVitos? That you reckon you saw it?
Dorito.
Yeah, that's what I typed in. Oh look, they got some chips finally up here. I know
maybe if you put UFO in at the end.
I know the early flying
results.
wings, the jet engines make a hell of a black smoke out the back, especially when they're taken off. Was that one there? Bit hard to tell. Let me just zoom in. Oh, there you go. That's what you're after.
That's another one.
So it's not stealth anymore once it gets into a cloud.
So there's a clear exhaust plume there, isn't there?
Yeah, because it's gone to a layer of atmosphere where it's cooler and the engines are still heating up the air, so it creates a contrail, which makes it the stealth ridiculous, I suppose. There we go, we've got another one here, various pictures.
Yeah, look, that one's in Texas.
That one's not the same craft though, in Texas. What's this one talking about? One, but two different triangle mystery jets. Okay. Black Horizon. What's that one talking about? Mystery plane. Yeah, I know there were some guys, plane watchers, that were taking photographs last year sometime. And I think this might be the mystery plane that they took. They caught it on camera. And they had like a really ridiculously time zoom lens on it so they could see it. They saw the contrail before they saw the plane. It sort of gave itself away. I think that might have been it. But yeah, definitely they're testing triangle-shaped craft. You can see where, if they got cloaking technology for radar as well as visible lights, they could be invisible to us unless they have a telltale sign of a contrail. So, yeah, that's why I always think the triangle ones are ours rather than alien technology. Especially,
do you know, I think what's happening, Paul, I think we're dealing with two different type of craft, you know. I think
this is smaller.
Some are man-made and others aren't.
I was just going to say that depends on the size.
If you look at Colin Saunders' story and Finn's story, I tell you what, that doesn't sound
you don't know
human-made at all.
Yeah, true.
Unless we've made this massive breakthrough in physics that we still don't recognise to this day.
I think anything that produces a contrail is using some sort of jet engine technology, and it's man-made. So these ones are man-made, but look, you're right. You're right. There's got to be the other ones they've seen definitely do sound alien technology where it transforms. From a portal or orb shape into
and you know, the way the witnesses described it, like it was cloaking in and cloaking out, and it was doing some very unusual maneuvers, like nose down,
and fins
spinning on its axis. And that makes no sense.
And
why would anything do that?
And fins didn't make any noise, as Clayton has
totally
pointed
silent.
out.
Yeah.
These ones definitely would be man-made and they'd make noise, but because of they're so high up, these would be so high up, right? 30,000 feet or more is where the contrails generally happen. You wouldn't hear the engines from that distance. In fact, I see planes flying over all the time, and if it's flying straight at you, it looks like a triangle craft, but you don't hear the engines because it's so far away still, and it looks like it's hovering in the sky, but it's heading in a perfect straight line towards my house. sometime I'm going to get a camera and hook one up and have it on a live stream on a little corner camera. I'm eventually going to do that if I ever get the money together. But then we can actually look at the planes coming in over the house as they come in for landing. You can see the different crazy light patterns they have. They're not all the same as what you find on the internet here. Some have even more lights than what I've seen. Like they got 3 or 4 rows of bright white lights on the wings, but they're definitely jet engines because they fly over and make a noise. Once they're straight over your head and closer, you hear the engines. And of course they're dropping in altitude all the time. Interesting, but you better move on.
Yeah, it's I think that I think you win hands down with that one, Paul. I think what was seen over the Midlands, during that period was man-made, or even balloons, which you've made me aware of. So you win that argument hands down.
A mixture.
No question.
We can't deny that some of them weren't even aliens, but that's the problem with UFO sightings.
Yeah, I know. Oh, God.
As we talk about multiple events, they said it happened the next day when it might actually have been solar balloons. It may have been a cover-up, like you said, where they started releasing them. You can't never discount that. So we got another link to go. What's the next one we're going to look at? Oh, this one.
Oh my God! I wanted to do a little bit of Christmas thing.
The Christmas thing.
And because it's all started on a Christmas day, and
have we got a link to it?
There's still stuff going on here to this day, and it's bizarre, and you can't really make any sense out of it. Okay, I'll give you a link.
I can Google it. I've never heard of the Christmas thing, but it seems to ring a bell for some reason.
No, the Warminster thing, but it all happened on Christmas Day.
You sure it wasn't Santa?
My God, I didn't even consider that.
I'm being silly.
No, I don't think it was.
It's a silly hour of the night.
Unless he takes so many different guises. So.
What's the guys on the side saying? Have we lost Shelley already, have we?
No, Shelley's still there.
She's still there.
And Clayton, who said some very intelligent things during his life, is still with us as well.
Alright, so Shelley's saying that the crickets, she's talking about insects. What happened to the crickets? I was feeding off static electricity too. They all went quiet, all the insects. Yes, flesh orbs. You're still yet to draw pictures, Shelley, and get that device that works with Jitsi video so you can do what we're doing with Robert.
Yep, get your backside into gear.
You need to go and get a job so you can get some more money by the sounds of it. And sell hot dogs on the side street. Help Shelley fund her new UFO tablet. I wonder if it'll select. So it's got a funny thing here.
The Warminster thing. In the early days of 1965, rumours began to spread through a small English town. Bizarre sounds had been heard on the morning of Christmas 1964, which would be followed by a long period of odd sightings. Soon, Warminster was swarmed by UFO enthusiasts who wanted to learn all about the thing.
The Thing. Sounds like a sci-fi movie. So have we got a picture of it coming down or not? Probably not.
Well, listen, there were so many incidents that you're not really gonna. I mean, I'll be honest, yeah. There's only one way I could describe this. Skinwalker Ranch.
Well, let's carry on reading it out then.
Yeah.
Warminster is a small town in western Wiltshire, down in southwestern England. Located roughly 2 hours west of London, Warminster is about an hour southeast of Bristol. Approximately 15 or so miles away from Stonehenge, the prehistoric collection of large stones that many have tried to tie to religious, paranormal, and even extraterrestrial phenomena. Warminster was ultimately settled by Anglo-Saxons more than 1,000 years ago, but the land had been previously used by the Romans. History has shown that, in addition to King Arthur himself once reigning over this land, in addition to a countless number of other British royals, it has a long and storied history dating back to the Iron Age. Over time, Warminster evolved into a quaint, small town. Following World War II, the town had a population just shy of 10,000, which has continued to slowly grow. Since the 1960s, the population has nearly doubled, but the region remains quiet and unassuming, with an estimated 18,000 residents calling Warminster home. Here, not much seems to really stand out. Warminster is just like most other English suburbs, featuring a regular run of local festivals, numerous church bells that break the country silence on Sunday mornings, and a cute little downtown area. Kids in the region share a single middle school, before heading off to one of Warminster's 2 secondary schools. There's also a local football club, Warminster Town FC, which plays in the Western League Division 1.
So that's there. This one's not highlighted very well because of the colour scheme.
However, if you drive into Warminster, you'll be greeted by a long stone wall, which features an interesting mural. Parts of it resemble the night sky, while you'll eventually notice a couple of black triangles set against a black backdrop. Next to these black triangles, which appear to be floating in the sky, are a couple of thin, bizarre-looking creatures. Extraterrestrials, you can call them. You see, despite seeming like a completely normal small town, Warminster features a history of UFO sightings, which date back nearly a century, but really took off in the early 1960s. In particular, on Christmas Day of 1964, these sightings have now become what Warminster is most well known for, and the town is often flocked by enthusiasts and skeptics who have wanted to get to the bottom of these rumors, which remain intrinsically linked to the town more than 50 years later. This is the story of the Warminster thing.
Hey, we just got a like disappear. What happened there? Someone just
Oh, well,
liked.
maybe someone just took it off.
They must have ticked
Maybe
it
they
off.
don't like us anymore.
Nah. We debunked triangles, that's why. Well, we didn't quite debunk it. We said there's possibility.
Well, the likelihood that it was man-made, yeah.
All sightings and sounds were reported irregularly in Warminster, dating back to as early as the 1930s, incidents that predate the Second World War, as well as the advent of the modern science fiction genre. However few and far in between, bizarre encounters around Warminster seem to predate the rest of the world's UFO craze by several decades. A made-for-TV documentary about this story, which happens to be older than I am, stated that a majority of these reports were odd sounds that were reported to be stark and cracking by residents of the region. These unusual incidents would be reported sporadically through the 1930s and 1940s as World War II came and went. It wasn't until the latter half of the 1950s that the events in Warminster began to really escalate and attract the attention of the rest of the world.
So there were no pictures here, right?
Oh, there was lots of photographs from this evening, Paul. I mean, if you scroll down here, I'm not sure it's in this article, but there was lots of photographs taken, you know.
1965, you reckon?
Well, the Warminster thing, yeah.
Is that one of them? I don't know. It says the thing.
Hold on.
That looks like a cupcake. Mexican hat. Yeah, looks like it. Scotland, August 29, it says there, 65. There you go. What's that look like to use? It looks like a real solid craft there, though.
Yeah.
65.
Yeah. Well, yeah. You see, you can see the newspaper article there. Just, I know you're focusing on that one. But you can see the thing there, the Warminster. So you can see it made headlines.
Yeah, documentary on YouTube there.
And they've actually got a UFO group called Warminster UFOs or something along those lines. It's a very good group actually.
Unless
there's no BS on there, you know.
Unless we got a photograph where multiple people said that's what they saw. I would always have my doubts that someone's flew hacked or.
There was a lot more photographs than that, you know.
Yeah, but this particular one, it looks like a real thing.
Oh,
you see. We just got a sub. Did we get the dancing name? I heard it in the background there.
Yeah. I was just going to shoot that little guy there. I didn't know where he came from.
1 year. 1 year Moose, welcome. But he's probably not watching the live stream. But I don't think.
Okay.
Yeah. Like I said, we don't know if that was like some model. You know, I would have to look into that more. This particular one. So you reckon there's more photographs? That seems to be the only one that's sort of coming up here.
Yeah, there's definitely more photographs, but it's been Christmas period, Paul, and I did find them, and I obviously haven't bookmarked that tab where I found all the photos, so that's my bad.
Okay, bend over and get a spanking.
Yeah, whatever. Same time next week.
We'll send Shelley around. She's meant to be visiting Wells sometime, isn't she? Robert's only had 4 hours sleep, by the way, too.
I don't think it was anywhere near 4 hours, Paul, to be honest. I think it was more like 2.5. But anyway.
He's got so many girlfriends that keep his attention up all night, so...
Paul, I'll be quite honest with you now. I've only had one female visitor over the whole Christmas period.
Yeah, I don't see any pictures coming up here. It must be buried in one of those other lakes.
God, yeah, they appeared in newspapers. No question of that. And the thing is that some of the reports were like noises under the ground, and tons of people reporting this. Does that sound familiar, Skinwalker?
Yeah, isn't it funny that no one got
and you know, and people reporting all kinds of bizarre things.
Yeah, but don't you find that funny when we saw
strange humming noises in the air?
Shelley swearing.
Ah, wow. Okay, it's the Express, which we. But, okay.
Airy noises. Is that talking about the same thing? Flock of killer birds. No, it's got this image here. That's what I was looking at. They flew over the top of the hill. Is that the same year or what? 1960s it says there. Yeah, I don't like the Express too much because they were sort of pro Tyler.
But the Express then weren't the same newspaper as they are now.
It looks like the same UFO.
Yeah,
but that's
maybe the best one.
Yeah, we haven't got any other ones here, but there might be, like you
There,
said.
there are several photos, honest to God.
I'm starting to yawn now, sorry. Didn't mean to
I
do
know,
that.
mate.
It may not come out on the live stream. Oh well. And the last one, I suppose we can move on, or did you have some more on that one?
Okay, mate. If you want to go to bed, there's one more thing I'd like to bring up.
I think we only had one more thing on here, in the 1972 Poddies encounter.
Mm-hmm. Oh, there's a couple of others as well, but it doesn't matter.
No, that's the one. That's the only one.
Day, like, you know.
That's the only one we got, and that's what we got to wrap up with. That's all we got in the description list, anyway. Leave the others for another time.
Yeah, sure. I've got more stuff here, and we can always do that next week. But I'd like to bring up one guy.
Right.
A guy called Paul Vegetz, I believe, who said if I mentioned his name on the show today, he'd sue me.
What, even just his name? But
yeah.
There's probably more than one Paul out there.
So I'm just going to call him Paul Vegetable.
Sue that. But you could be talking about
anyone who buys his story has to be a vegetable.
Yeah, I think
this guy is so full of it, it's unbelievable.
Well, I don't know the guy, but he wrote a novel, a sci-fi novel, which was linking religion as well into it, wasn't it? So.
Yeah. Anyway, this is his book.
So you don't want to talk about this last case? Is that too long?
No. We'll finish off with this.
What have we got?
Anyway, this is Mr. Paul Vegetable who threatened me. There's his book. So
where's his book?
Everyone can see it. And no doubt he might be listening in.
Yeah, but you haven't read it though, have you?
No, but I've talked to him. And any man, when he's questioned about his credibility, that threatens to sue you, is an obvious fraud.
Yeah. Well, they got.
And what he doesn't realise, in the UK, we get legal aid here, so I don't really care. I don't really care if he takes me to court or not. But I don't really think.
I think he's an American, isn't
that he can take me to court for my opinion.
Is he UK or American, this guy?
Oh, he's obviously a Yank.
So he's got to swim across to England to get you.
Yeah, I'd love to show you some in the comments, but he's banned me from his group now.
Yeah, we've been banned from a lot of groups, so just for stating our mind and opinions and things. Yeah, but it's never good when someone starts lawing up on because you're making comments that they're getting upset about.
Yeah, sure.
They can only sue you if it affects their business income or something, isn't it? And it's not true. But it's your opinion. You can say your opinion about anybody, and there's nothing they can do about it.
Yeah, but
if he said if he dates,
don't you think it's a little bit suspect when someone threatens to sue you, because that actually threatens their livelihood, doesn't it?
Yeah, but
the sale of their book.
Yeah, but you see here, he's got free publicity from it, right? So people are going to check out the book now. So
shit! I didn't think about that.
Yeah.
Why did I bring him up in the first place?
He tricked you. You see, he tricked you to see you talk about his book.
Okay. Well. Okay. This is what I'm saying. Do not buy his book. Do not buy his book, because the guy is full of shit.
And we just have to take your.
He's actually got a video on YouTube, a 2-hour video on YouTube,
On what?
So go and listen to that, and if you think that guy is telling the truth, go ahead.
But
Buy his book.
But it's a novel. It's not real life. Although I think I read
No, he told me personally, Paul, that it was all based on real events, and he tied it into a fictional thing. And I think that's how he's getting away with selling it the way he is. He's not stupid. He's quite a clever guy.
Oh, there you go. You gave him praise. So yeah, pros and cons. So yeah, you shouldn't threaten anyone because you're going to get a bad review from someone. This is ridiculous, but yeah. That's just your conflict that you're having with someone. But yeah, you're sort of getting free publicity there, so it's a good thing.
Well,
bad publicity is a good thing sometimes. But I doubt if you'd be listening to a live stream anyway. You'll likely understand we are all simply children.
Mate, I posted a link to one of our episodes, and that's when he got upset.
What?
Once you realised I had the voice.
What was the episode? Upset. What episode did you show him then?
I think it was the Berwyn Mountains one.
Ah, right. Where someone wrote a book that was utter trash and Nick Pope approved it.
Yes, you got it. And that's what I was hinting at.
Oh. So who endorsed his book, do you know?
I don't know his publisher, because it's on Amazon, so he's probably had the publisher.
No, who did he reach out to endorse his book, though?
I don't know. And do you know what? I'm not going to mention the names here, yeah? But he said, if you're in the skeptic camp, yeah, please seek out and get in touch with. And he dropped a few names that I was already friends with.
Ah.
And that was bang out of order. And I'm not going to mention them, because it's my argument with him. There was no need for him to drop other names in there.
Yeah, but there's a lot of people publishing books out there that are a bit suspect, you know, what they're telling. Well, that's what comes under people reviewing stuff on Amazon anyway. I don't like how Amazon though allows people that haven't bought the book to actually review it though. But I guess if no one buys it, well, they want some reviews. So, but I think they all a lot of the views that are not verified are often fake. Oh, language.
It's okay. My mate's back with the dog. Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Your dog's worn him out by the sound of it. He was saying a fudge word there.
No, I never said anything like that.
Oh, yes, you did. You play it back and listen.
I just said thank you, Paul. I didn't mention the F-bomb.
No, he said the F-bomb.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
I didn't realise the mic would pick that up.
Yes.
My apologies.
It's at the end of the night. It doesn't really matter. I suppose this 1972 case would drop it off then and close off then, or unless you want to go over it very quickly. Let's see how we're going. I think we'll probably wrap it up there.
I think, Paul, you sound a little bit tired, and I'm just warming up.
It's 5:30 a.m. What do you think? I got to get some sleep. It's going to get really, really hot. I got the fan going at the moment. So this case looks like it's a abduction case, is it? UFO over the car.
Oh, I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what, we'll have a quick look at this if you don't mind.
This case. Yep, carry on then. Hurry up then. I'll give you another 20 minutes.
Okay, but don't rush me.
20 minutes
That's
you got.
horrible when you rush.
Tick, 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 tick.
Yeah. So that was the link that Paul Vegetable sent me.
Well, was it on this case, was it?
No. This is when I started to realise there was something smelly going on.
So you're saying it's a wee bit like Kevin Day's book, where it's got some truth and it's got some fabrication mixed in.
No. Oh, hey mate, I'm not talking about that now. I'm talking about.
It's not seem to be loading.
I'll wait till you bring the link up.
It's not loading. Oh dear. What's happened to our internet? It's waiting on YouTube to redirect for some reason.
That wasn't even a YouTube video.
Yeah, because you post it in their chat, they always they're always checking on what you're posting. Let's see.
Right.
I'm not sure how we can get around that. I think the site might be down. I'll see if I can cut and paste that as text, maybe.
Well, it can't be because I'm refreshing the page and it's still working.
Let's try that. Of course, I'm going for a VPN. They might block me because they can't spy on me. Contact in the desert. Oh no, not that group. That's probably why. They've probably blocked all New Zealand IP addresses because they know I talk shit about them. It's not going to load. Very strange.
Oh well. Can you type in "contact in a desert 2020" and see what you can find on your end?
Yeah, but it should work. The site's... It might be working for you because you got it cached already. I don't know why it's not loading. That's kind of weird. Maybe they're getting so much traffic. Or maybe they just block VPNs. They can contact. No, I'm pretty sure I used the same VPN last night though and it come up. Desert 2020. Yeah, I posted about this on my Twitter account. So there it is there.
Yeah.
I've gone and clicked it there. And you can see it's doing the same thing. They've blocked me, man. They've blocked New Zealand IP addresses. What can I do? Are you sure it's coming up for you? Are you guys getting it?
1,000,000%.
No, I'm talking about the other guys on the side chat. Can they get it up?
No, I'm sure they will.
I probably can go to my Twitter page and bring up some snapshots I did of it. If you want to do that.
I think the men in black might have taken care of you, Paul.
Yeah, something strange going on there. Let's see if I can get it through my Twitter page. Because I did post something about it. And of course Tyler will probably show up. There's going to be lots from Tyler. It's gone crazy. Yeah, all that stuff I'm going to talk about. Here you go, you're talking about this crowd here.
Uh-huh.
This is the speakers for 2012. Is that what you're after?
No. Hold on a minute.
I've got your picture here somewhere.
That's 2020, not.
That's what you sent me.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
your picture's too small to see.
Blow it up.
That's as
you
big
had
as
it there.
That's as big as we get.
Paul, you had it in full there.
No, I didn't. That was one of my snapshots I did. That's yours that you sent me.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, if I click on the header there, because I don't like content. Has it come up at all, or is it sort of timed out? No, still not come up. They're doing something. So Deep is hanging with loads of bullshitters and frauds in contact in the desert. Hey, oh look, Nick Pope and Guerrero too. And I've sent it to Alien Scientist. What did he say? He actually commented on it.
You see there you've got the list, Paul. Go back down a little bit, and you can blow that one up there.
Yeah, I did. I showed you that, and you said no.
There you go. That was perfect. That's what I wanted. So let's go through these guys. George Newby.
That's why you don't
Sorry,
smoke.
I always cough when I get to Nick Pope. Then we've got Linda Moulton Cow. Sorry about my pronunciation. The Honourable Paul. Hell yeah. Stephen effing Greer. I'm not even going to talk about him. Now, these two next guys, I don't really know. I don't know, so I'm not going to say anything about them. Leslie Kane. Yeah, interesting. New York Times says it all. TTSA fangirl. I'll say no more. And then moving on to Jimmy Church. Very interesting what he's had recently to say about Bob Lazar and TTSA. So, do you know, if I had free money or free energy, I'd actually go and listen to what he's about to say. It could be interesting. Just have a look at Fade to Black and what he had to say. It's only 17 minutes long on TTSA.
Yeah.
And Bob Lazar.
The problem I
Very interesting.
Ryan.
Oh look, it's Ryan Sprague, pop ufologist.
Yeah.
And then we go on to David Adair. Now this is what really concerns me. We've got Kevin Day here from the Nimitz incident, and he's mixed in with all these other buffoons. And that lessens what he has to say.
Yeah.
Because he's on the same platform. And then you've got Charles Holt, Brendlesham Forest.
Yeah.
I think it was a genuine incident. This guy's changed his story a lot, you know. And that worries me. And that's another thing that we'll skip the next two because I don't know them. And I'm not going to comment on anyone I don't know. And we go to Jim Penniston then.
Yeah.
Another Vendlesham witness.
Yeah.
Who doesn't agree with Holt. Who doesn't agree with James Burrows. Who doesn't agree with Larry Warren. So where the hell are we going on this case? Moving on swiftly to Deep Prasad. I think you might have something to say about this quantum guy, Paul.
Yeah.
I'll leave it to you.
Yeah, he blocked me, and he made an excuse that I was spamming him with nonsense. And I've only ever contacted the guy probably 3 or 4 times in the whole year. So yeah, straight away he was caught in a lie. But only
Yeah.
I know this, and Twitter, of course, because that's all I contacted him on. So when someone lies about something, when I basically made a comment saying pretty much bullshit on something he posted, but in a nice way, I said pointless rather than bullshit. He blocked me at that point, so yeah. But you've noticed this guy is suddenly doing all the rounds, right? And he's come out with his...
Yeah.
He come out with a post recently saying he was abducted. Well, actually, he had a visitation, not abducted. I don't think he was abducted, was he? And it had all the classic signature...
I think he's claiming that now. I mean, I don't know.
Oh, right, yeah.
Maybe the guy's genuine.
Yeah. But this guy up here too, Jimmy Church, I found out had blocked me as well after I made a comment that to a Black Vault. He said, "Oh, he's my mate, Jimmy Church," and I said, "But he's been promoting frauds for a long time. Corey Good and Tyler Klockner and
well, something has woken him up, Paul.
Yeah.
And
So
if you listen to what he said just a couple of days ago, he was saying it from the heart. He was telling the whole world that he'd been duped, and he's finally realised. So maybe now, Paul, if he's got any sense, he'll unblock you.
Yes, well, he should be following me anyway, right? Because the stuff that he talked about on the episode is the stuff that I already posted long time ago about the raid, and about they weren't looking for Element 115 at all.
No.
It was all like a
absolutely
BS story by
I sent you the link to that, didn't I? It was a complete bullshit story. They were looking at a murder case, a poisoning case.
I don't know if it was you. I think
it was me, Paul.
They
were looking for thallium, not Element 115.
I think I was. I heard it from a Reddit post when I was searching for something, and I come across. I was searching for Greer and come across this Reddit post where the guy was talking about. That's not true. I've actually seen the warrant and all this, and I know about the murder case. That's what they were searching for. Yeah, but this is the thing. These guys twist the facts for their own agenda. And he's never ever mentioned that they were actually what the warrant actually said. He said they were searching for something else. He didn't say it was like a cold case and all that sort of business. Poison. He sort of blew it off quickly and said, "Oh, it's just a cover story because they really wanted Element 115, which is not true." But yeah, if he had the Element 115 in that Corbell documentary, in that little clip where he says, "I'm going to lock it up in a vault," and he turns off the volume and the picture fades away, right? That would have been the smoking gun video of the year, right? That's all they had to do was start off with that scene. Then the rest of the movie should be, it's all been analysed by experts and it's actually Element 115. And then he would have the movie of the century, Bob Lazar proven right. But in the case, that never happened. All we can say is some of the story of Bob Lazar is true, though.
Well, I'll tell you what. You're more of an optimist than me.
Well, they know that he did have clearance to work there for that AG&G, was it? or EG&G, is it? Something like that.
Los Alamos.
Yeah, and they did fly people out to Area 51, wherever he was part of that crew, and there have been people come out saying, yeah, they saw him in the lunchroom. So some of the stuff does add up, but you could change the story any way you like, really. It's like if you went there to be as people joke about, being a floor cleaner, where you go around sweeping all the time. You might overhear people talking about stuff and make up a big story. Or they might be pranking you. So you could be in the rating room, and they could be making up this bullshit story, and he's overhearing, and then but then again, that could have been part of the trick, let's bring this guy in. So I'm a bit more optimistic, I guess, to say that they might have brought him in.
You see, I don't believe one iota of Lazar's dodgy.
No, but they might have fed him lies, right? And they may have fed him lies, but and then he could.
If he's a disinfo agent, he's doing a hell of a good job, because he split the UFO community in half.
So he could have been overhearing stuff that they purposely was blabbing out, to see if he was going to leak it to the public, and to see whether he could be trusted with the real facts, right? I've always said that as a possibility, but this guy talks about what he knew and all that sort of stuff, and some of his story kept changing, didn't it? And it got a bit more and more suspect. That he wasn't fed disinformation, that he was embellishing the story as well. Like the alien picture autopsy, right? It got changed to a doll sitting in a chair instead, wasn't it? But anyway, no point in rehacking Lazar stuff. But this is a problem.
Yeah, but
that's why some will still believe him, because there's elements that people have proven to be true, like he was in a phone book and all that sort of stuff.
I was right. And somebody actually said that he attended a lecture in MIT. Now anyone can attend that lecture. It's open.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean to say you had your degree there.
Yeah.
And in fact, there's absolutely no evidence whatsoever to suggest he had. But anyway, and then we've got, moving on, Nicholas Redfern. Yeah, okay, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've read some of his stuff, and he's quite an interesting guy. But in my opinion, he's also someone who bends for truth for his own gain. Do you realise how many books he's written on the subject? I think it's something like 41 or 42 books.
Yep.
Where's he pulling his stuff from? So now you're moving on to a guy called Stephen Swartz and Anthony Peake that I don't even know. But I'm already thinking now, after what came before, that these guys are full of shit as well.
Yeah.
Just because of what's gone on before. And that's not fair. It's not a reasonable judgment, is it?
No. What's that one?
But it's the only conclusion I can come to, because they're guilty by association.
Yeah. But there's actually a whole list of names which don't have photograph on that site too. I don't think it's loaded.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that. I'm
Here we go.
disappointed some names with this list, yeah.
Timed out while waiting for cache. They're using DOS protection, are they? Let's see if it loads now. Yeah, they got some protection to stop it being DDoS. And for some reason, they're detecting my VPN at the moment as a location where too many people are loading from, I guess. And it's blocking access. Or it's gone down. I reckon it's gone down. I reckon if other people try it, it'll probably go down. Let me see. I'll try a different VPN address. Let's see, how do I stop it? Here. Oh, I was trying to click the wrong place now. That one there. I think my eyes are finally gone. Well, let's see, where can we go? Panama. We'll try Panama IP address. That's what's good about switching proxies on the fly.
Well, just go to an American one, for God's sakes. Well,
No.
Panama should do it, South America.
That should work, that one. No, it's not working still. You reckon UK was working? I think I might have a UK one.
UK is still working.
I got UK3 proxy. Let's try that one. I think yours is coming from cache. Still not loading. I can prove that I am going to Britain. Let's see. Unless it's gone wrong, of course. What is my IP? .37, where's that? What part of the world?
Let me try a different angle.
I think that might be UK address. And let's change it again. Let's go to Finland. And redo that. Isn't it good? I can be in any country I want to. But yeah, I think now it's sort of stuffing up Google, but I don't think that changed, did it? Maybe Finland's the same as UK actually, very similar. Let's try something different. Canada. Is it going to change? Or has it sort of got cached? I think it's got cached, eh? Seems to be coming up the same, isn't it? Less Australia? Should be changing. Something's not right here. It must have cached it. Stupid Google. Yeah, Google must have cached it. What else we got here? Try that one.
Paul, I'll post it again, and it's still coming up for me in the UK. So try a UK IP address.
Try putting a question mark and some random characters at the end of your line.
No, don't do anything that. Switch your IP to UK.
That's not working.
And then use this link, or just turn the proxy off altogether and hit the link, because it's got to work then, mate.
No, it worked last night when we tested it. I didn't have a direct connection then. I'll try UK2. It could be something to do with the proxy service. Oh, here we go. United Kingdom, there you go. No, it's picking up the wrong one again. Well, it's not picking up my own personal IP address, but it's certainly redirecting my IP. Yeah, it's still coming up to 37 there. Ah, crazy Google. Okay, so it's definitely changing. It should work, but it's not. Definitely said we had an English IP there. That's just stupid why it don't work. gateway timeout. You see that one come up the same.
Yeah.
That's the connection between New Zealand, I think. Beats me. It's funny how things don't always work to plan.
No, it doesn't matter, Paul.
That's kind of crazy. It don't work.
Yeah, it's a bit mad that. Can we just try this and see if we can get from there? I've left you another link now.
We have to get rid of that one. I gotta get some shadow, right? Come on,
I know. Just try that link before we go. See if we can get to the right place somehow.
You should have told me to load it before we started the live stream.
Because we're going to look like a right bunch of fickies if we can't even get to that.
I think there's some outage that's happened there. It's nothing to do with me and Thick. It's just happens, you know. What one are we loading here? Contact in the desert.
There we go. I got you there somehow, didn't I?
No, that's a Facebook page. But what's it saying?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You've got something on the screen now.
Well, it hasn't put up the page though with all the names. So.
See?
What do you want to see though? What are you trying to prove?
I'm saying it can be done. It can be found. That's all I'm saying. It's not hidden from us.
No,
there's just something technical going wrong.
That's what I'm saying. Let's see. Not sure what IP I'm going through now. UK2 at the moment. I'll go back to New Zealand. Still should load because it's Twitter. There you go. It seemed to go quicker as well.
I think these bots can identify a proxy quite easily. You know, Paul. It's not a panacea.
Well, I've clicked the Twitter link that goes to their website here, and that's having trouble loading.
Oh dear.
The website's down. I don't know how you can get to it. Maybe because you connect.
No. Maybe it's because it's a capture. You could be right there. Could be that.
Because UK is connected to USA, and New Zealand goes through Australia, then goes to California. I think it is. Goes across the sea, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's bouncing off all kinds of servers.
So you're getting access from a different direction. We're going from one side of America, and you're getting it from the other side of America. Through the Atlantic connection, we're going through the Pacific connection. So Twitter is probably...
No, not your fault at all, Paul.
Twitter's probably got servers in each country. Maybe it's going through Australia here. So they sort of cache it and duplicate it across different machines on different countries. Although it looks like it's coming from the same location. So they probably synchronized it somehow. Spread the load, right? No,
anyway, I think we've made our point.
Yeah.
It's not contact in the desert. It's bullshit in the desert.
Although Il from MUFON was saying that they're trying to change that tag that they've got. And I think, if that's the case, why have they got a deer on the list if they're trying to change that image? They've still got bullshitters in the list. But there's
nothing you can do about that, is there? You can
Yeah.
change the name all you like.
If you want your reputation damaged, go to Contact in the Desert. And while you're there, buy some crystals to heal yourself. But yeah, we can't bring up the webpage, unfortunately, but that's alright. We got what we wanted from graphics. But yeah, we got more people watching now. Everybody's waking up while the rest of the world that's at the bottom wants to go to sleep. Actually, the sun's fully up here now. I'm going to have to throw a pillow over my eyes to go to sleep. But yeah, it's been good. I think we've had a lot of fun again, even though we dragged it out a wee bit.
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't know.
well, we did make Google's 4,000 hours a few days ago, but now it's sort of dropped off. But their stat system's down, so I'm not sure if that's true or not. But once you get to 4,000 hours in a year, they're meant to be able to review your site for ads again. So I might get ads back, and I might be saved before the 2020 purge. Where they changed the rules that if they can't make money from your channel, that your channel might be purged.
Yeah.
Of course, they went when that started going around the world news that they're going to purge your account if they can't make money from you. They said no, that's not what we meant. So what did they mean then? But yeah, I don't really want ads because. Unless you got lots and lots of traffic, you ain't going to make much anyway. Yeah, I don't know. The front ads I sort of watch though. If it's movie trailers or something, I think, oh, this looks like an interesting movie coming up. So, I don't mind little front ads that you can skip after 5 minutes. That's not a big deal, really. But, some people plaster their ads every 5 minutes, like Dolan was doing that sometimes, and I thought, this guy's crazy. People are just going to get annoyed with that, popping up every 5 minutes. But anyway.
Yeah. I don't know what to make of Dolan these days, to be honest.
And they did the Merry Christmas thing.
Yeah, I've seen it.
So there you go. I was actually doing my writing a comedy that I was putting together with Dolan and a few other people. I was gonna, but I haven't managed to get time to actually finish it off. So yeah, and and getting the energy to do it and put it in the editor and stuff. But yeah, I was going to take a mickey out of a few people that sort of blocked me. Don't get on the wrong side of the Out There channel, or Rob, especially Rob.
Nah. Do you know what, Paul? Honest to God, all I want to do is get the truth out there, Yeah. But if anyone stands in the way of that I will take offence then. I don't care, if you're right and I'm not. If you can give me a good reason to believe that I was wrong, I'll accept that, Paul. I won't deny it. And I'd like to think that if I can give you a good reason to believe that something happened here, Paul, I'd like to think that you'd accept the evidence that I brought to the table, And I think we've done that over the years. We've had our little silly disagreements over UFO cases, but nothing more. And with this subject, it's so esoteric that I don't think there's any way that we're all going to believe in. We're never going to agree all of the time. No two people are. And I think that's what splits the UFO community in half.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Some people have this need to be correct all of the time.
Oh, that sounds funny.
When you look at it, there's no way that anyone can be right all of the time.
especially this
We're
guy.
dealing with, yeah, sorry, Paul. Yeah, we're just dealing with something that we
My
can't
name is Ken.
even begin to comprehend.
My name is Ken.
Oh,
That was funny today, though. We were having a good laugh before we...
I just sounded like Mr. Ken then.
Yeah, because I played the Mr. Ken clip.
Why did you do that?
As to what it could be.
Because it's the end of the night and I'm being silly. But yeah, I was going to...
You tit.
That's alright. We had Tyler saying you're a glitch.
I don't know. It doesn't look like a glitch.
But yeah, I just wanted to bring up Tyler and some crazy stuff that happened, but I'll talk more about it on Sunday. I had this lady called Heifer on my Twitter account, and she's been posting around on his latest video that I'm the guy that's sabotaging him. What she say exactly, I can't quite remember now, but she was saying that I was the guy that set him up, which is hilarious in this thing.
Honest.
Considering I'm in New Zealand at the bottom of the world, there's no way I'm going to sneak over to America, get him drunk, tie him up, drag him out to the car, sit him in the car at the steering wheel and abuse a cop driving past so they come over and have a look at the car. Just to issue him
I had to mute that sound then for a second.
Yeah, because it's just crazy what some people are posting on his Twitter page about me now, saying that I'm the agent that's behind it all. I'm the only guy that's telling the damn truth out there. No one's listening. And what was the other one that was going on? Well, if you haven't seen it, Tyler's put out a video making this big story up and saying that what happened is he got in prison. He got put in prison,
sorry, mate. Look, I've got to cut in there. Shelley has just made me laugh here. Look at a comment there. That is damn hilarious. I was nearly going to swear there.
Bet you they try and say you made him beat up the
Paul, it's all your fault.
I know. I've been hassling for 3 years.
A web of destruction.
Yeah, and then I had that guy on my BitChute videos, and he was accusing me of fabricating the Mr. Ken video, and we all know that Tyler's already admitted in the newspapers. If he bothered watching the full episodes before pouncing on my videos, he would have known that I had screen snapshots of him actually admitting to the reporter, John Austin, that he fabricated the voice, and he made up the excuse that the guy sent it to him, but he didn't want to use his own voice, so he decided to disguise his own voice and put it over the video clip. which is total.
Sure.
Which is total.
Do you know what, mate? If the guy couldn't read, I'd actually go and help him out. You know.
Yeah, but
I would.
Yeah,
and if he doesn't know how to find a simple Google search, I'd help him out with that as well. But when he's being a foul-mouthed, nasty guy, yeah, I'm sorry, I can't help you out with that.
Are you talking about the guy that's saying that I made it all up?
Oh, some of the insults that's come your way.
Yeah, it's been a really interesting day.
Oh.
But I'm just saying, it's just crazy what I'm being accused of. Fabricating his voice is one of the common ones. Yet there's 3 videos there, and they go on fair time, like 10 minutes. That's a long script to fabricate. Yeah, but the fact is that he's admitted in paper that original Mr. Ken that I uploaded to BitChute, he made. And it's clearly his voice. You can hear it even without decoding it. And this guy said he's put it through video analysis and noticed it slightly got silent bits where it's been edited together and slightly the picture's out of control. Yeah, of course. Yeah, Tyler obviously spliced it together and he's editing, right? And changed the pitch. So, of course, it's going to be slightly out. He probably sped it up slightly, and all that sort of business. You're never going to get it perfectly decoded anyway. You're going to get a close approximation. It might be him talking a wee bit faster or slower or whatever. But yeah, it's just crazy allegations against me that I'm out to destroy him by making fabrications. It's not me that's fabricating stuff. I'm pointing out the fabrications.
Oh, Paul. Oh, Paul. You've got to live with this, you know what you've done to that man.
Yeah, it's a laugh a minute, really, though. But as you can see, the subs keep going up too, but people are realising that that what I'm telling them is actually can be verified. You know, they can go and Google searches and so.
No, seriously, what he's doing is not funny. Because it's like being sold a false religion. Yeah, someone is going to pay.
Well, this is a thing that someone.
And it's not Tyler, is it?
People are picking apart his video on his feed at the moment, and one guy said, first sentence he says about the girlfriend, and the next sentence he's calling her a wife. And of course, people are saying, though, is that a mistake? Or did he slip up? Or is he actually, maybe he's got a girlfriend and a wife? And maybe that's where the wife beating come into it. Maybe she found out, and of course he may have hit her. Who knows? Yeah, no, there's all this speculation now that's coming from his video where people were analysing what he was saying and picking out all the little flawed details.
Yeah.
And Val was saying, oh, in the United States they sometimes call their wives girlfriends as a term, which is kind of strange. So maybe they do in certain parts of America call their wives girlfriends.
I think you're being too kind now.
Yeah.
I think any man that's capable of that kind of brand deception is capable of lots of things.
But I'll go over it more in detail Sunday and show people again that he's played these stunts before where he's played the victim card and it turns out he was behind it all and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, I'll go over it all Sunday and recap all the new stuff I found out. I actually found the court database and actually found all the truth from the court database. So I can show parts of that without revealing too much of his personal information. But some other ex-cop also almost did it at the same time as me, had found the same database, and he started posting even more details online. I think he's deleted it now. Because
well, what was funny, you sent me that link to the court case, and you found that about 3 days. I'm on a lot of UFO groups. I know you don't bother them much anymore.
Yeah.
You found that information 3 days before anybody else.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
Yeah.
And then it was a Scott Brando that posted it somewhere and claimed that it was one of his followers. Didn't give you any credit for it at all.
No. That's it.
Oh.
I'm hated on all sides. I'm fighting a battle on all sides, battlefronts, so to speak.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, a lot of it does come from me, and I give people the link so they can go and find out more information if they want to, and then they take snapshots themselves, and then they blast it around. So it seems like that's come from them. But yeah, I think this other guy did find the information before at the same time I did, because he was a cop and he knew how to look up the court systems or whatever. But But somehow I think he was on my feed as well, and I posted stuff. So I'm just wondering if he read what I posted, and he's just saying that he actually was looking at it himself anyway. So I don't know. Regardless, though, it's been proven, and
I don't know.
No, the court cases are real, and Tyler's
Oh yes,
brought out.
I know. Oh hell yeah!
And Tyler's admitted to it today on a video as well. But he's saying he was set up. He was saying that basically, I'll probably play the video if it's still around, if he hasn't deleted it Sunday. But he was saying that actually, I've backed it up just in case he has actually. But he was saying
so why is he claiming he's been set up? He's not trying to reinvent himself as some Bob Lazar now, is he?
I guess so. He is. He said he only just got out of prison or jail 2 days ago, because in America they have a prison and a jail. In UK they call prison and jail the same thing, but in America they're two separate things. Jail is where
in the UK we call them the cells. The cells. No, there's jail.
No, they're called jail and prison, and there's
Paul,
also.
I live here. Don't you think I would know?
Yeah. Okay. I'm just talking about before your new aged terminology on it. But there's also another spelling, Jael, which is a French word for jail as well. But in America, jail is where they hold initial convictions until they go to court for up to 60 days, is what I think they call it. And also, if it's like a short-term offence, they'll keep you in that jail system for those short periods, 6 months or whatever. But if it's a longer term, they send you off to prison where you do longer term, so it doesn't plug up the jail system. It's like, I suppose it's like what they call federal and local governments and all that sort of stuff. So local jail, like sheriff jail, where they put initial victims for hanging and then they send them off to prison to serve the sentence. But yeah, if he's convicted of this wife bashing one, which he's said on the report, not guilty, but on the but this is the thing, on the drunk under influence, on the thing, he says he admitted guilt. It actually says on the court documents that he admitted guilt. He didn't plead not guilty. And it said it had blood tests done, and it also has information, what the judge said. Like, judge mentioned that he's got a mental problem, and he's got to take his medication every day. It's one of the requirements. What mental problem, I don't know, but that's what was listed. So, yeah. Is that why he's sort of playing mental breakdown or depression to a shrink? And he's now on pills? I don't know. But
I think the biggest card you can play if you're looking at a long-term custodial sentence is mental health. The mental health card. That's the best chance you have of getting out or getting a lesser sentence at least.
Yeah, like one.
But if it goes wrong and they realise that you're trying to pull a stunt, that can backfire in a big way, you know.
And you get a longer sentence.
Well, yeah.
But the thing is,
these codes don't like the wool being pulled over their eyes, you know.
Yeah, but the thing I want to point out here, on the actual court case, you can look it up, he admits guilt, and yet on the video he said he wasn't guilty, he doesn't drink. So why would you confess being guilty if it's not true. You would fight it right to the end, wouldn't you? You'd say, I wasn't drunk. Where's the evidence? You know, they would have taken breathalyzer at the time, wouldn't they? And then they would have taken them back to the jail for extra processing, like blood tests, to get final readings and all that. And then they would have put them in jail for 3 days over the weekend until the wife heard about it and brought the money for bond to get him out on Monday. So I think that's where the 3 days is myself. I think that's how it happened. I haven't looked. It does say the date that he was arrested. I think it was like 28th or 11th or something. I don't know. I can't remember now, but you can probably check out what day that fell on actually, and actually prove it was a weekend. Maybe. He says he doesn't drink, and then he says in the next sentence, "Oh right, yeah, I may have had one every month or whatever like that." He sort of changed the story after that.
I was just thinking, you know, maybe we should do like a 1 hour comedy special on Tyler.
Yeah. But if
One day.
If you ever look
bring up all the highlights
of
how he's conned everyone.
But he's on several court systems in that location, and he might be in another one in a neighbouring state. You got to search the court cases separately. I just found out that he had an advert advertising to be an actor. He likes acting. He likes drama. And he was living in West Virginia, which is right next door to Ohio. I always have trouble saying that one. Ohio, where he currently lives. Yeah. So, but on the other,
I tell you what,
on the other database, hang on. On
the
other database, he had 10 offences for speeding and various other auto. Is what we call cars in our country, but they call them autos or vehicles offences. And he had to go do was it driving school and all that? It talks about all that. But on this other one, there's only 4 cases, and one of them is weaving on the road, lost control of the vehicle.
Yeah.
Which kind of suggests he was drunk then, right? If you're weaving around, was he on a motorbike or was he in a car? I don't know. He's meant to have got rid of the motorbike because he couldn't ride it after the accident.
Yeah. Well, I tell you what, Paul. Yeah, Triggerman 208 here has hit the nail on the head. Sounds like he might have blamed being depressed for his reason for drinking and driving.
Yeah. That's probably exactly it, yeah. And in that process...
Thank you for that, sir.
In that process, they would have had a shrink analyse him, probably, and recommend medications that he has to take.
It's a get-out clause.
Yeah. But the guy's a liar, and we've caught him out on similar stunt called Angry Truth Seeker, which we will go over on Sunday, recap it, and show the video, the pictures and stuff. But like I said, if you want to get a precursor to what I'm going to show, you can go to my Twitter page, follow me there, because I post a lot of pictures and links there. And also retweet some of this crazy stuff that people tell me, and me replying to them, like Heather and some other guy. Some other guy called TM was saying Tyler's a good person. Yeah, well, a good person doesn't make fake UFO videos to try and make money off.
Well, I don't know how anyone could look in front of a camera and show their face with a straight face and say, Tyler is a good person, and he does not fake videos. I would find that a very difficult task, Paul.
Yeah, he's able to do it though. He's like I said, when he's got picture online there, I've posted it on my YouTube, on my Twitter account, where you can go and have a look if you want to and get the link. That he was looking for acting jobs, but I have suggested maybe he's another Dotty, where the government have approached him to be an actor in the ufology field.
Actually, Paul, I have to stop you here. Doty is intelligent. Tyler, I would suggest, is a Muppet.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Well, someone can produce his videos and tell him to read the script, so they can add it to the video and then upload it to the channel. So yeah, he could be like a doctor, a sock puppet for the government. Because that acting thing, straight away.
No. Tyler, oh my God.
It's a red flag. If someone's interested in acting, that's a red flag for me. That means he's good at reading lines and not showing emotions on camera. That's related to what he's...
Yeah, okay. I don't think he's very good at what he does because it's so obvious. It's so obvious. I mean, look at that UFO on a flatbed truck that was being towed through a main highway in the United States in broad daylight, and he reckons it was a UFO. What a Muppet. Doty with the thought of something far smarter than that. Now there's a guy that's from the intelligence community.
Hey, trick
compared
man.
to a guy, oh right, who was just a con man.
So we got a few people
and that's
here.
What Tyler is, a con man.
And we got a few people here that subbed to me and looked at my leaker stuff today. Trigger Man is one of them. In fact, I think...
fair play to these guys, yeah. They've said some intelligent stuff. And Shelley, of course, as always.
Yeah. Well, Twitter is what I use mostly, and Discord, of course. Yeah. Facebook, I don't use as much. We have got a group there. I do post some stuff there. But yeah, people just don't listen or watch the stuff that I present them, and they stop playing it. I probably should put, when I did those early leakers, that's before I knew as much as I know now, so maybe I could redo them to make it really obvious to these people what he's done wrong. But yeah, I think people should have a gut feeling that they're being BS too. I just don't think people got the critical thinking anymore or something.
I think it's called the need to believe. So what you kind of do then is you ignore the critical thinking because it doesn't agree with your belief system. And you hate everyone that interferes with that.
Yeah.
And it's a very sad and lamentable attitude to have, because one day it's going to dawn on you, like it has on several others that have followed Tyler.
Yeah.
And one day you're going to wake up cold and lonely, and you're going to run back to that guy that told you so years ago.
Yeah. But I suppose we better wrap up. We're coming up to 5 hour stream.
Yeah, I think we've kicked the hell out of Tyler now.
kicked the
So,
hell out of Tyler or Tyre. Anyway,
I think it's the Tyler.
yeah, it doesn't matter. It's not that
But there's plenty more tread in Tyler.
people believe in his BS. Because you should read the comments on his Twitter account. It's just so sad. And they've already started hashtags. Defend Tyler, defend security. And one said, "Oh, Tyler, you must go to Pentagon and tell them what's happened." And now they're all sort of more people donating on his Patreon, which is a bit of a shame. So his ploy's working, right? They're all going to raise money for his legal fees.
Well, we had the few that have seen the light. And just Shelley Morrison now has just hit the nail on the head again. Another intelligent remark. Maybe the people at large want disclosure to reveal so badly they'll listen to anything. And that was the whole point I was trying to make, Paul.
Yeah. The guy's just deceptive on every video, right? Someone was arguing, "Oh, hang on though, he put up thing on Nimitz on chit-chat. That's not fake." I said, "Well, he mixes in fake, some facts with fake stuff, and in that particular one, he put up a space shuttle's tile saying it was a TR-3B. You know, he's used that picture like 10 times in videos. So yeah, he just changes a good story into a conspiracy story, and sort of suckers in the people, right?
Yeah.
He's deceptive, and then he's got
obfuscates the whole UFO issue. Then
John.
People don't know what to believe.
My old host John in Tucson, he said that he believed so much in Tyler when he put up a video on some disaster about the weather and stuff like that he sent the video to his family member who works for the Metro office for TV or something like that, and he never got a reply back, saying, because he said, "You got to listen to this guy. He's got something important here that you may not have heard about." Now he feels so embarrassed that he even sent the email, believing Tyler's nonsense that the world's coming to the end. But yeah, fear mongering is not good though, because as Cameron the Dasser Man said, that Tyler was using fear mongering for many years of asteroids coming close to Earth that may break off and cause an impact and all this sort of stuff. That little kids that were watching the video with their parents apparently wouldn't sleep that night and were petrified. And other stories of some woman actually believed the story that they're going to die, that she ended up poisoning the kids and shooting herself. Was one of the stories. Now, I don't know if it's Secure Teens when they were watching or not, but they mentioned general cases where people believed fake news on YouTube, where they actually killed themselves, a bit like Heaven's Gate, so can be bad, obviously. So it's best to stick with the facts, a bit like the Sun Observatory closure being linked to some sort of cover-up, when the actual story that came out that someone was a cleaner in the place was hooking into their internet connection and using the internet for free, and he was doing pedo stuff, child pictures and all that, trading and selling and whatnot. So that's what it really was about. So yeah, that's why the FBI raided to try and pin where it was coming from, and they did it anyway. I think there was meant to be some also repairs going on, stuff like that. So there was a lot of confusion that was added into that report. But who knows? I don't think there was any cover-up because there was other observatories functioning, still looking at the sun at the time. There was like 4 other observatories that had problems for various different things around about the same time, and people were linking it together. It was one big conspiracy, but not all of them were closed down. There were some still able to look at the sun, and there were live webcams, as well. I think Linda Moulton Howe, she actually did some good research there. She actually phoned up the people to ask them questions at this observatory.
Hell yeah. It's easy for us to sit on our backsides and criticise her.
Yeah.
But I think what happened with Linda Moulton Howe, she became a victim of disinformation, and I think that's where she lost the plot at some stage.
Yeah, she started believing too much with the stuff being fed to her from various shills.
Yeah, military sources or so-called military sources, yeah.
Speaking of which, back to Contact in the Desert, that Laura Eisenhower person is one that fed her a lot of lies about stargates to Mars, and that as a kid that she was being taken.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm talking about.
I think I do.
Actually wears a hair scarf around her forehead, I think, lots of times, don't she? I suppose I can open that up again.
Yeah, sure you can.
She was it the granddaughter or great-granddaughter of Eisenhower?
Which paper did she work for, Paul? I think it was.
No, she wasn't working for a paper, was it?
It was New York. Was it New York Times? Yeah, she was a journalist. I'm not sure if she was freelance or.
I don't know. Uncle David Eisenhower. Great parents Dwight Eisenhower. Didn't say what she was working for there. Say she was recruited for secret space programs. She's another Corey Good person, and she was talking about jump gates from Earth to Mars. She's another one that's, I think she's not quite right in the head.
Okay.
So you can see she's on all the same shows as Good and all the other ones which have now been called out. There you go. These guys.
Oh my God. Don't do it. Don't do it to me. I'm going to sleep tonight, Paul.
She looks crazy-eyed there, right? Yeah, I just don't trust this one whatsoever. But yeah, where's it talk about here? Facebook. You reckon she's a journalist? That's kind of scary.
Oh God, yeah. Linda Moulton Howe. We'll just look at a Wikipedia.
No, I'm not talking. We're talking about Laura. Record. You're saying Laura was a journalist, weren't you?
No. I said no. I said Linda Moulton Howe was a journalist.
I thought you meant what she was doing. Yeah, I thought maybe.
Yeah, I might got cross lines with the time delay here and that.
She hasn't come up. She hasn't got a Wikipedia. Doesn't look like she's got a Wikipedia.
Who?
That Laura.
Oh, the Lazar girl now.
Yeah. Oh. It doesn't matter. Getting too tired now to talk about it anymore, and people are dropping off here.
Yeah. So. Mate. I think we're all getting cross lines and everything now.
We've sort of done a rant, and I'll cover more Sunday. I'll go over it more Sunday if I'm not brain dead, because I've got my sister and 4 dogs staying here, and there's going to be a load of noise right now because they'll be getting up now. They get up at the crack of dawn, I go to bed. I'm not going to get much sleep. I'm not going to get much sleep, I don't think. So anyway, I'm
It
just
doesn't
gonna...
matter. The show must go on.
Yeah.
The truth has to be seen.
I haven't even had a drink yet. That's pretty good. Yeah, I better close down with the credits now. Okay, thanks for listening, guys. Joining in.
Thanks, guys.
Normally at the end of
And
the
Shelley.
end of the lives, we normally have a wee bit of a rant about things. Because we get hated for our rants.
Paul wept.
There we go. It's
So
playing.
there's no more worlds to conquer.
Yeah, they won't hear you now. Yeah, I need a drink.
Bummer.
We gotta wrap up.
Yeah.
I ain't even gonna have time to process this. I have to go to bed.
Never mind, Paul. Tomorrow will do. And thanks, that was entertaining.
Yep, I am an agent that snuck over to America and drugged Tyler and stuck him in a car. It reminds me of the IT crowd where they're talking about piracy, where they stole a copper's hat. Yeah, thanks guys, it was great to have you on the side.
Okay, Paul, I'll get off now and see you on Facebook.
Okay. I'm just wrapping up here.